arriving here, and many of them look visibly emotional. When Amir Khan entered this cremation ground, he looks emotional. Fans, those who are waiting outside of Pavan Hans cremation ground, they are worried about Dharmendra's health. They are saying we are not getting any information on Dharmendra's health, and you can see the visuals of inside here. Security has been tightened, and some celebrities are coming. VVIP movement is here, and I can also share the movement where Dharmendra's close friends reached at this ground. Here, people, those who loves Dharmendra, they are coming here, and fans are very, very worried. As I have mentioned that there are some reports where saying Dharmendra is in critical, and 15 days ago, when Dharmendra admitted in Breach Candy Hospital, we then got information from Sunny Deol's team that he was improving, and after his discharge, Breach Candy Hospital's doctor has come out and they said Dharmendra ji is improving, and that's why he discharged from hospital. After that, his treatment was under those doctors in Breach Candy Hospital. After
Ladies
that,
and gentlemen, we're getting in some breaking
yesterday
news,
night
heartbreaking
here,
news, and the entire country has been praying for actor Dharmendra. We're getting in a confirmation now to news agencies, including IANS, which has put out the statement of Dharmendra, legendary actor, known as the He-Man of Bollywood, passing away at the age of 89. One of India's most beloved Hindi film icons, one of India's greatest stars, celebrated for his versatility and that smile each time he came on screen, for his keen presence, his charm, and a career that has spanned over 6 decades with over 300 films spanning across different genres that include romance, comedy, action, drama. Dharmendra has been one of India's biggest stars. He idolized actor Dilip Kumar and Guru Dutt. He entered the film world through a talent contest in 1958, ladies and gentlemen, when he was first spotted and moved to Mumbai, made his debut with Dil Bhi Tera Hum Bhi Tere in the year 1960. And his rise to stardom from 1960 was unstoppable, making a series, being the lead in a series of films that would go on to define Bollywood and Hindi cinema as we know it. And in the 1970s, Dharmendra went on to become the #1 action star in Bollywood, the lead actor in most of the films that came out in the year 1970s, from the entire decade of 1970s, a comic actor in many films, a multiple genre superstar. One of his most iconic movies was in the 70s, when in 1975, the movie Sholay, where he played the lead role as Veeru, one of the most iconic roles in Indian history. Yadon Ki Barat in 1973, Jugnu in 1973, Dharamveer in the year 1977, Chupke Chupke in the year 1975. It was a cult comedy, comic timing. He was known for these roles in the 1970s, when it was his best decade by far. Sita Aur Geeta 1972, Pratigya in 1975. He also became famous for his on-screen pairing with some of India's biggest stars, including Hema Malini, who he later went on to marry. Was seen on screen with Meena Kumari, Asha Parekh. The range was vast for Dharmendra, the actor. Critics often highlighted Satyakam, Anupama, Chupke Chupke as proof of his acting depth. What a great actor he was when he mastered different genres, including romantic dramas, including comedy, including action roles, including mass roles, character roles, all of these in a career that has spanned 6 decades and more. And what made him loved was his smile, his natural, understated style that made him relatable to the masses across India. He was loved across the country, stardom across the world, in who has been now one of the biggest actors to have donned the screen. In the 1980s, he transitioned to character roles. Dharmendra remained active through the 80s, playing lead roles in The Burning Train in 1980, Ali Baba or Charlie's Chor 1980, Sunny 1984, Loha in 1987, Gulami in 1985, Aag Hi Aag in 1987, Batwara in 1989. And then you had the entire supporting role and special appearances that he made while launching his son, Sunny Deol, Bobby Deol, who continue to act today. He made a return to cinema post 2000. He made a few appearances in Yamla Pagla Divana, which was a huge hit in the year 2011, in Apne in 2007, and then there were remakes, Yamla Pagla Divana 2 and 3, Johnny Gaddar, Rocky or Rani Ki Prem Kahani 2023, when he recently acted, praised for emotional depth in a modern role. Dharmendra has been honored, ladies and gentlemen. He's a Padma Bhushan, recipient of India's 3rd highest civilian honor. He received the Filmfare Lifetime Achievement Award in 1997. Several national honors that were bestowed upon Dharmendra, critics awards, industry recognitions, and a massive fan following, mass following for over 60 years, which is a rarity in cinema these days. He was on screen for over 60 years, which is very, very rare. Admired for never using stunt doubles during his peak action years. He insisted on doing his own stunts. And today, his family, his son Sunny Deol, with him, beside him, superstar, also a politician, a parliamentarian, Bobby Deol, also an actor. His daughter Isha Deol with Hema Malini also was there at the crematorium some time back. We saw the pictures. And Ahana Deol, who's a classic dancer. Those are his children. The Deols have acted together in several films. His legacy being defined by being one of India's most handsome and charismatic screen icons. He was known as the He-Man of Bollywood. His personality that took over the screen, a superstar who balanced several roles, including romance, comedy, drama, action, known for his performances in classics like Sholay, Satyakam, Chupke Chupke, Phool Aur Pattar. Known to be a humble actor with emotional connection with audiences, being a symbol of the old school Bollywood charm. Ladies and gentlemen, pictures from Mumbai as we get the heartbreaking news of actor Dharmendra, who's no more. We're getting in pictures as we speak from the Vile Parle crematorium of actor Dharmendra. His family, friends, those he knew, those who loved him, all of whom have gathered at the Vile Parle crematorium, where top actors, including Amitabh Bachchan, the entire Bachchan family, top actors, young and old, all have gathered to pay their last respects to actor Dharmendra. And as we speak, there is still no official statement from the family of actor Dharmendra. We are still waiting for a statement from him and his family, from his family. Meanwhile, Karan Johar has put out a statement saying, veteran actor Dharmendra, it's an end of an era, a massive megastar, the embodiment of a hero in mainstream cinema, incredibly handsome and the most enigmatic screen presence. He is and always will be a bona fide legend of Indian cinema, defining and richly present in the pages of cinema history. A message that was just posted as we continue to get pictures from Mumbai's Vile Parle crematorium. My colleague Rakshita is also joining us live. I'm handing it over to you, Rakshita. And I'll go across to her in the next few minutes. But ladies and gentlemen, born in Punjab in 1935 on the 8th of December, born as Dharam Singh Deol, Dharmendra went on to become one of the best-known actors in Bollywood, fondly called the He-Man of Bollywood, one of the greatest stars, celebrated for his versatility, his screen presence, charm, and an actor who continued acting as late as 2023 until 2 years back. The last movie that he acted in was released. He has appeared in over 300 films across different genres that include romance, comedy, action, drama. And as we get these pictures, I'm handing it over to my colleague Rakshita, joining us with the live coverage. Rakshita.
Right, Niranjan, the He-Man of the Hindi film industry is no more, and fans, of course, in a state of shock and dismay. Farewell to Dharmendra, as all the industry friends, veterans, the famous Jai Viru Jodi of Amitabh Bachchan and Dharmendra, who can forget that. Amitabh Bachchan was the first visitors to catch a last glimpse of the He-Man of his Viru, and Amir Khan and other top actors rushing to the crematorium, what we know so far. And last movie, as my colleague Niranjan was talking about, the last movie, he just starred in one of the last movies that is still unreleased, that is Ikkis, which stars Agastyananda, who is the grandson of Amitabh Bachchan. It's a much anticipated film. Just recently the poster was released, and that's the movie based on the brave warrior of India, Second Lieutenant Arun Khetrapal, and he plays the father of Second Lieutenant Arun Khetrapal in the movie Ikkis, and that is stated to release on the 25th of December. But before the release, he's taken the final abode, and actors rushing to crematorium to bid him farewell. He was critical a few days ago too. He was critical. He was on ventilator, and then he was discharged. And again, today he was admitted to hospital. And Meenakshi is joining us live from Mumbai. Meenakshi, who all are coming in. It's, of course, a very, very sad moment for the entire film industry, for the nation, who has watched Dharmendra for decades, heard his very, very lively interviews. Today, the nation mourns the demise of the veteran film actor, the performer, the He-Man of Bollywood, Dharmendra. Meenakshi. Okay, we'll just try and connect with Meenakshi, but she's getting us the live frame from, she's getting that live frame. Okay, we just, details. He's the Bollywood's He-Man, of course. His body has arrived at the Pawan Hans crematorium at Vile Parle. Families and fans paying their final respects. And this is the end of an era, 1935, the birth year of Dharmendra, 89 years old. Amitabh Bachchan, Abhishek Bachchan all rushing to the crematorium. Hema Malini, daughter Isha Deol, second daughter Ahana Deol also expected. Sunny Deol and Bobby Deol, remember, had been with his side even when he was admitted to hospital last time, just few days ago. And of course, he has continued to work. Okay, we are getting that live visual from Vile Parle crematorium. and several of the actors have rushed this morning to the crematorium this afternoon. And now the confirmation coming in, official confirmation coming in that he has passed away at the age of 89. The family statement is awaited. Official family statement is awaited. But he was known as the He-Man, the Greek god, and he has starred in hundreds of movies, and hailing from Punjab. He, of course, took the industry by a storm right from the black and white era, and even till date, a movie remains unreleased, and he will be, or fans will be, of course, waiting to catch his last movie as well. Karan Johar, as my colleague Niranjan was telling us, he just tweeted on this development, mourning Dharmendra's demise, and several other actors too now pouring in their tributes on social media, sharing the pictures and their memories of the Bollywood's He-Man. And this is the final respect that will be paid now to Dharmendra. He has passed at the age of 89. Unmatched legacy over 6 decades, 60 years, 60 golden years in the Hindi film industry. Born as Dharmendra Singh Deol, he has breathed his last at his residence in Mumbai. He was earlier admitted to the Breach Candy Hospital earlier this month due to respiratory complications. Today, he passed away, sending a wave of sadness across the country, across his colleagues, fans, deeply shocked with the news. And his memorable performances, of course, include the movie Sholay, playing the role of Viru in the cult classic Sholay, and performances in movies like Phool Aur Patthar, Sita Aur Geeta, Chupke Chupke, Dharamveer Pratigya, and even in his senior days, even in his old age, we saw him with the same liveliness, with the same charm on the 70mm, starring in different movies, in different roles. And he has been also, of course, talking about his health. Just recently, there was a reel that was released on social media where he has taken to the gym at the age of 88. He had also posted a video where he was gymming, and he was sharing the fitness mantra to the youngsters. Today, of course, he fighting through the last breath, and Niranjan continues to join us on the broadcast. Niranjan, well, he was the He-Man. He was one of the most lively heroes of Bollywood, from the 70mm to, whenever you listen to his conversations, he's always been full of life and always inspiring the youngsters. I was just talking about how he had taken to the gym. He was gymming just, a few months ago. He has shared that on Instagram. And he remains an inspiration for so many people. And today, he's no more. That has shocked the entire nation.
Well, one of the most striking aspects of actor Dharmendra has been, from his, his on-screen persona. And he's someone who believed in being who he is, believed in being natural. And you look at his work over the years, he wasn't someone who was trained. He didn't come from an industrial family, a family with a background of acting or in Bollywood. He didn't really craft any persona like most actors do these days, and in the last few decades you've seen that. He simply has been and was Dharmendra, natural, and people loved him for it. He spoke about how he was, when you hear some of his interviews, he's spoken about how he was shy in his early years, how he was, he speaks about his insecurity when he first came to Mumbai in the late 1950s, in the 1960s, and his disbelief sometimes that someone as ordinary as him could become a superstar in Bollywood. And he remained humble, and that is what made him extremely special. He remained, unchanged. Many people say approachable. Even after becoming one of India's most powerful stars, that more or less defined his legacy of someone who just loved to be himself, didn't pretend to be someone else, or didn't, get training. He didn't try to put on a persona, didn't limit himself to one role. He was just natural Dharmendra. and through all of the years, and in the 60 decades, you look at the kind of work that he's done. He was known for a soft, sort of introspective actor. When directors casted him for different roles, for example, as a gentle prison doctor in 1963, or as a soft-spoken poetic person in Anupama in 1966, or Satyakam in 1969, which is by far his most acclaimed dramatic performance of a man who was destroyed by his honesty. And some people say that it's one of the greatest, among his greatest Hindi films of all times, and say that it's perhaps the best performance of Dharmendra's career. Of course, he is known for Sholay. Everyone growing up, including myself, of course, I remember watching Sholay growing up, and you know, some of the superstar roles that he played through the years as a mass action star. For example, the success of Phool Aur Patthar in 1966 completely changed his destiny. And you know, he spoke about it many times when he said it was not planned. He spoke about how that movie was shot at night despite cold weather. And throughout the 1970s, he did his own stunts, which many people can't talk of now, because you have body doubles, etc. At a time when there are body doubles, Dharmendra would insist on doing his own stunts. He would jump off cliffs, trains, buildings. He was never known for using a body double, which was fantastic, which most actors remember him for, and most you know, directors say was something unique that nobody can talk of in Bollywood. He became a mass hero in small towns, metros alike, and look at the popularity of Dharmendra and the legacy of Dharmendra, such that his own sons are so popular, they would go on to become you know, actors, successful actors at that. I mean, you have Bobby Deol, who's just now this year played a huge role in one of the biggest hits on OTT, and his son Bobby Deol, Sunny Deol, they've been with him by his side as a tight unit. So these are some of the values that Dharmendra brought. Someone who was gentle, someone who loved being himself. I mean, look at his personality, a towering personality. And I think we're getting some actors live with us. Let's go across. I think Shehzad Khan is live. Shehzad, it's a sad day. Sad day. Family hasn't said anything, Shehzad. So we are picking the news up from agencies. We're waiting for an official statement. But it's been a trying you know, time and period for his family, which has stood by his side in all these months. And how would you remember him, Shehzad?
Dharamji, I would prefer to talk in Hindi. Dharamji, मेरे पिताजी अजीत साहब के साथ बहुत फिल्में की उन्होंने, और धर्मजी को मेरे फादर अजीत साहब जो है अपना छोटा भाई मानते थे, क्योंकि इत्तेफाकन उनके भी एक भाई थे अजीत जिनका नाम था। और बहुत ज़्यादा मेरे ख्याल से अगर मेरे फादर साहब ने किसी भी हीरो के साथ फिल्में ज़्यादा की है तो वो है धर्मजी, क्योंकि जिस फिल्म में धर्मजी होते थे उस फिल्म में wherein अजीत साहब was like a compulsory blind thing, you know, and they had such a bonding. मतलब जैसे सगे भाइयों की बॉन्डिंग थी, वैसे वैसे धर्मजी और मेरे फादर साहब की बॉन्डिंग थी. And I'm very shaken up, and may his soul rest in peace. But Dharamji will always remain in our hearts. I have no words to say that he will always remain in our hearts. Such a kind soul. आज तक इतने सालों से मैं इस इंडस्ट्री में हूँ, मैंने किसी के भी मुंह से धर्मजी के लिए एक गलत अल्फाज नहीं सुना. तो that shows कि धर्मजी ने कितना इस इंडस्ट्री को दिया है, और हम बहुत तकदीर वाले हैं कि हम हिंदुस्तानियों को एक ऐसा एक्टर मिला, एक ऐसा इंसान मिला इंडस्ट्री को जो हमेशा आगे बढ़ चढ़कर आते थे. कुछ भी आई रिमेम्बर 86 में कुछ फंक्शन था, फंड्स चाहिए थे इंडस्ट्री के लिए, एक्टर्स के लिए, तो धर्मजी सबसे पहले आके उन्होंने कहा कि I'll lead the thing. So it's such a helping man. I fall short of words. I really fall short of words. और इस दुखद वक्त में ऊपर वाला उनके फैमिली को ये you know, I want to say my heartfelt condolences to Bobby, Prakash Aunty, Sunny Paji, and the entire family, that you know इस दुखद वक्त में उनकी सहायता करे. बस मैं यही कहूँगा कि धर्म जी जो है वो कभी ये हो ये अपना शरीर छोड़ के गए, लेकिन उनकी आत्मा हमेशा हमारे अंदर रहेगी, हमारे बीच रहेगी और हमारे साथ रहेंगे। कोई कलाकार कभी मरता नहीं है, अमर अमर है धर्म जी, अमर है। मैं यही कह सकता हूँ, धर्म जी अमर है। मेरे पास और कुछ अल्फाज नहीं है कहने के लिए। ही इज अमर एंड आई रियली रियली क्या कहूँ मैं आपसे। मुझे ऐसा लगता है जैसे मेरा कोई चाचा कहें या क्या कहें आप, वो उनका जैसे वेरी क्लोज। आई नो माय डैड एंड ही व्हाट अ बॉन्डिंग। प्लस मैंने मुझे खुशी मतलब आई वाज वेरी लकी कि मुझे उनके साथ काम करने को मिला। अभी 2-3 साल पहले मैंने उनके साथ एक फिल्म की थी, उसमें भी ना इतना प्यार और इतने किस्से उनसे मैं सुनता था। तो very fond memories of Dharamji, and may his soul rest in peace. And Dharamji, you will always live in our hearts.
Yeah.
There will never be another Dharamji ever in the film industry.
Yeah. In fact, I'll just correct your audio there. We had a poor audio line with you, Shehzadji, because we'd like to hear more from you, because you have such a long association with Dharmendra ji. In fact, Shehzad's father, Ajit, has acted in a lot of movies with Dharmendra. One famous movie was Ram Balram, in which his father Ajit was the villain in that movie. So we'll try and reconnect with him. That's a live shot of the Vile Parle crematorium in Mumbai as actors bid farewell to actor Dharmendra. There's a live pictures coming in. I think there's a live shot of actor Salman Khan. So all top actors rushing to the Vile Parle crematorium as actor Dharmendra and his family, friends, well-wishers gather to pay their last respects. Going back to the details of that we were discussing, Rakshita, you spoke of some of his moments, and he was active until even 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
2-3 weeks ago he was active. That was who he was, didn't take a back seat, didn't rest on his laurels. In fact, he kept acting till 2023 when his last movie was released, full of life.
Yes. I mean, he has always been full of life, and he's always talked about living life. His mantra, if you see, he's always been, talking about living life and being close to their loved ones, spreading love, spreading kindness, remembering people. He's always been remembering all his, colleagues. Like one of the posts from July is about, Dilip Kumar, remembering Dilip Kumar on his death anniversary. And just like that, many other scenes and other directors, makers who he worked with, he never forgot them. He never forgot anyone. And if you see his feed, and generally when he appears for interviews, which he has been for the for quite some time in the recent past, especially with this upcoming movie that is coming in 21 on the 25th of December, he has been talking about it. He has been sharing the trailers, and he has, of course, dialogues in that movie. Very, very powerful performance expected, anticipated, as many fans are waiting for it. But yes, his spirit is something that remains alive in the fans of his fans, followers, and all those who have worked with him. It indeed is an end of an era with the iconic and the unforgettable Dharmendra. Meenakshi joins us live on the broadcast from Mumbai. Meenakshi, tell us, what are you, who all have come in? You are at the cremation ground at Vile Parle right now. We saw Salman Khan, we saw many other filmmakers also coming in.
Yes, you are absolutely right. Dharmendra is unforgettable. That's why lots of his fans gathered here. And just now, Salman Khan, Vidya Balan arrived a few minutes ago. Salman Khan's father, Salim Khan, has arrived here. And also, I have mentioned earlier that Amir Khan had arrived here, the Vile Parle crematorium. And we are getting information that Amitabh Bachchan and Abhishek Bachchan, along with his family, are arriving here. Let me show you the visuals here, because visual speaks more today. It's an emotional journey. Fans of Dharmendra are gathered here. You can see here the main gate. Aage chalo, Sunny. Here the main gate. Security has been tightened here. The main gate where the cars entering from that side, cars entering from that side. Here, security has been very tightened because family, we have not got any confirmation from family, but we can see here emotion of fans. Hema Malini, Isha and Ahana Deol walking inside under police escort. We have seen
Yes, those are the live visuals coming in from outside Vile Parle crematorium, and you can understand from the crowd that we can show in our frame viewers. This is the kind of crowd, and this, of course, security is beefed up because, you know, he has fans across generations. We'll just connect with Meenakshi once her audio is back. I think she's trying to get that right frame because there's a lot of crowd over there, and the security is also moving the cameras around there. They are, of course, keeping people. Okay, Meenakshi. Who all are, I think there are more and more vehicles that are coming in, and a lot of VIP movement also witnessed outside Vile Parle crematorium.
Yes. As I mentioned that Salman Khan, Salim Khan, Vidya Balan had arrived, and just now Akshay Kumar has arrived here, Vile Parle crematorium. From outside we are reporting live, and as I mentioned earlier that cars entering that crematorium premises, industry colleagues are coming, and photographers capturing shots from distance because police repeatedly urging to media to step back. That's why we are far from the gate of crematorium. Family members arrived a short while ago. Hema Malini ji, Isha Deol, Ahana Deol, all visibly heartbroken, but they are composed. Members of the film fraternity have also begun to arrive here, offering support and condolence to Dharmendra's family. And here the main lovers of Dharmendra, his fans. You can see lots of people gathered here, and they're really heartbroken today, and they are saying Dharmendra ji will remain in their heart, and Dharmendra ji is really unforgettable person. His legacy, his legacy also, his films today are about the fans are talking all the way. And here we can see till now we can see that Vidya Balan, Salman Khan, Salim Khan and David Dhawan have arrived here, and Amitabh Bachchan and Abhishek Bachchan is coming back to studio.
Just stay on with us and keep getting us more updates. I think Shahzad Khan is back with us. Shahzad ji, you were talking about how your family has been close to Dharmendra. आप अपने नज़रिए से आपने किस तरह से आपके जो भी इंटरेक्शंस रहे हैं, जब भी आप उनसे मुखातिब हुए हैं, जब भी आपकी उनसे मुलाकात हुई है, किस तरह की कभी बातचीत हो या आपकी सबसे जो एक बहुत ही स्पेशल एक याद आपकी स्पेशल एक मेमोरी हो धर्म जी को लेकर, अगर वो आप हमारे दर्शकों के साथ आज शेयर कर सकें शहजाद जी।
धर्म जी की हर बात जो है हमारे दिल में लिखी हुई है, बसी हुई है, क्योंकि धर्म जी इतनी अच्छी बातें कर रहे थे, इतना प्यार बांटते थे, इतनी प्यारी बातें करते थे, हमें समझाते थे देखिए ऐसा है बेटा ऐसा है, और फिर हमारे डैडी के किस्से सुनाते थे जो हमारे डैडी ने हमें कभी नहीं बताया कि कैसे उन्होंने मतलब फिल्में की, कैसे एक्शन करते थे, कैसे वो, कभी उनको लग भी जाता था डैडी को। और इन दोनों डैडी और धर्म जी के प्यार के बारे में बड़ा हमेशा जिक्र होता था, क्योंकि काफ़ी फिल्में की। आई थिंक राम बलराम के अलावा भी जुगनू है, फिर रज़िया सुल्तान है, और बहुत सारी फिल्में हैं। मेरे डैडी ने मैक्सिमम फिल्में जो है धर्म जी के साथ की, और एक भाई, छोटे भाई बड़े भाई का रिश्ता था, वो हमेशा मेरे फादर साहब जो है उनको छोटे कहते थे, क्यों छोटे, कैसे हो, ये है वो। और हाँ, इन दोनों जब साथ में शूटिंग करते थे तो इनको मेरे डैडी को ताश का बड़ा शौक था, तो धर्म जी भी साथ में बैठ जाते थे ताश खेलने के लिए। तो धर्म जी ने बताया एक दिन कि जब वो मेरे डैडी हार गए ताश में उनके साथ सेट पे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि छोटे आज आज तुम्हारे भांजों को मैं सब्जी खिलाऊंगा। तो इस किस्म से उनकी काफ़ी मजाकिया होती थी। फिर मेरे धर्म जी को और मेरे फादर साहब को, अजीत साहब को शेर और शायरी का बड़ा शौक था, तो बड़े शेर और अशार आपस में एक्सचेंज होते थे, दोनों बताते थे। अब और कई किस्से मेरे ख्याल से कई एपिसोड्स लगेंगे बयान करने के लिए, क्योंकि मैंने उनके साथ फिल्म की। फिर जब कभी मुलाकात होती थी, फिर हम जब छोटे थे सेट पे जाते थे, तब इतने प्यार से हमें मिलते हैं। और धर्म जी का हाथ माशाल्लाह मेरे ख्याल से इंडस्ट्री में सबसे बड़ा हाथ, सबसे बड़ा पंजा अगर किसी का होगा तो धर्म जी का होगा। द रियल ही मैन जिसको कहते हैं ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री अगर कोई है और तो वो धर्म जी ही है
जी। और उनकी मतलब हम देखें कि किस तरह से अंतिम दिनों तक भी वो काम करते रहे। जिस तरह से इस उम्र में वो अपना फिटनेस मंत्रा हो, अप्रैल में ही उन्होंने जिम से एक स्टोरी डाली थी, वीडियो डाला था, लगातार अपने सेट्स से कई बार वीडियोस डालते रहते थे और अपना फिटनेस मंत्र शेयर करते थे कि मैं कितनी कोशिश खुद कर रहा हूँ इस उम्र में भी और आप लोग भी करते रहिए। इसी तरह के जिसे कहते हैं ना, बिल्कुल सही तौर पे एक बड़े पॉजिटिव इन्फ्लुएंसर के तौर पे रहे हैं। कभी किसी भी गलत संदेश या किसी के लिए गलत बोलना वो कभी भी नहीं देखा गया, जबकि वो इतने लंबे समय से काम करते आए हैं। हमने हमेशा देखा कि एक बहुत ही सकारात्मक रवैया रहा है, सकारात्मक बातें करते रहे हैं, पूरी जिंदा दिली से वो आखिरी दिनों तक भी हमने देखा है किस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं। अभी 25 दिसंबर को इनकी एक और फिल्म भी आने वाली है और अभी कुछ दिनों पहले भी उनकी एक मूवी आई थी और हम हर बार हम देखते हैं उनको कि वो उसी जिंदा दिली से किरदार को जो है पर्दे पर उतारते हैं आज तक।
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत ही डेडिकेशन के साथ। और मुझे याद है ना, मैंने 2-3 साल पहले एक फिल्म की थी उनके साथ, तो वो ऐसा लगता था कि हर शॉट जो है वो उनकी जिंदगी का पहला शॉट है। हालांकि इतने माशाल्लाह वेटरन एक्टर, इतने मंझे हुए कलाकार, ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट,
तरी पण एक चांगला नेक इंसान, एक उमदा इंसान, एक उत्तम मित्र आपल्या हातून गेला याचं दुःख आहे। मी त्यांना श्रद्धांजली अर्पित करतो आणि त्यांच्या आत्म्याला शांती मिळो ही ईश्वरचरणी प्रार्थना करतो।
That's a reaction coming in from Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, and of course there are many tributes that are pouring in. Shahzad continues to be with us. Shahzad जी, आप अपनी you can continue, आप अपना जो आप बात शेयर कर रहे थे हमारे साथ।
जी मैं क्या कह रहा था मैं भूल गया।
जी हम बात यही कर रहे थे कि किस तरह से उन्होंने अंतिम दिनों तक फिल्मों में काम किया है और जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं सब। जी जी
जी जी जी मुझे याद है हर शॉट जो होता था वो इतना डेडिकेशन से, और वो कहते थे मैं हर शॉट को ऐसा दे रहा हूँ जैसे मैं अपना पहला शॉट दे रहा हूँ। तो इसीलिए उनका जो डेडिकेशन है वो अब तक नज़र आया है और वो ताउम्र नज़र आया उनके काम में। एंड बहुत ही मतलब मैं कहता हूँ ना, ऐसे इंसान जो है बहुत सदियों में बहुत कम आते हैं, बहुत कम। लेकिन धर्म जी ये सोचिए कि सिर्फ अपना पाक शरीर छोड़ के गए हैं। वो हर हिंदुस्तानी के दिल में, हर ही मैन के दिल में, हर जो इंसान प्यार का मतलब समझता है, जो इंसान के दिल में थोड़ा भी प्यार है, वो हर इंसान के दिल में, उस दिल में रहेंगे, क्योंकि उन्होंने जिंदगी भर, धर्म जी ने जिंदगी भर प्यार बांटा है, अच्छी अच्छी चीज़ें कही हैं, मतलब पॉजिटिव लाइफ
बातों में आते थे, मिलते थे। उनका जाना निश्चित रूप से एक उम्दे दिल का और सबको मदद करने वाला, स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट ये शब्द जिसके जीवन में पूरी तरह ओतप्रोत था, ऐसा व्यक्तित्व था। और उनके जाने से हमने बहुत एक अच्छे इंसान को गंवाया।
As you can see that there was Union Minister Nitin Gadkari speaking, and we'll continue to get more reactions from all those who have admired him, who have worked with him. We can also play out those pictures earlier that have come in, the stars who have thronged to, who are rushing to the crematorium in Vile Parle. We will, of course, be the official statement from the family is awaited. But Amitabh Bachchan, Amir Khan, Salman Khan, Vidya Balan, I think Meenakshi is also tracking that, tracking the updates from Ground Zero right now. As veteran actor Dharmendra passes away at the age of 89, the he-man of Bollywood, with 60 years of exemplary, performances and enthralling the audiences with his art, with his work in every, from comedy to action. Meenakshi continues to be with us. Meenakshi, who all have you spotted right now outside the crematorium? Have we seen any other colleagues of his or family members there? Meenakshi.
Yes, a few minutes ago, Amitabh Bachchan, Abhishek Bachchan has arrived here, and as early I have mentioned that Amir Khan, Salman Khan, Salim Khan, Vidya Balan, David Dhawan has arrived here, and most important fans of Dharmendra, they are arriving here. Now someone is arriving. You can see one car is entering inside the cremation ground. And as we can see here, as I have mentioned earlier, that lots of fans of Dharmendra has gathered here. He was a Viru and he was a romantic poet. He was the action hero. He was the comedian, the villager, the lover, everything, every character, a single man wearing 1,000 unforgettable character. That was Dharmendra. Even today, the crowd gathering to bid him farewell are not here only for a superstar. You can see the emotion of people. They are here for the man who lived in their homes, in their childhood memories, in the alphabets of Indian cinema. You can see the gathering of people, and if he move the camera a little bit left side, Sunny. So lots of people, lots of fans are waiting. Fans are waiting to know about Dharmendra ji's official statement. They wanted to know, and they are gathered. You can see one woman she is carrying a water bottle, and she was waiting for long. When we have come here, from that time she was waiting from waiting for the news. The woman is holding a water bottle. You can see here. She is waiting for her Dharmendra ji, that unforgettable character. There are lots of women who have come from outside Mumbai. There are lots of people. They have arrived here only for Dharmendra, their unforgettable hero, the unforgettable hero of Indian cinema. You can see now the young generations are also coming here and gathered here for that man with they live actually. And even today when we are seeing here the atmosphere is quite calm. People are worried, people are emotional, and the crowds gathering to bid him farewell are not here for only the superstar. They are here for their childhood memories in the alphabet. You can see the Indian cinema, and the industry called him, as you have mentioned, the He-Man, not just for his physical strength, we can see, but for the strength of character that defined Dharmendra. He never lost his simplicity, as you have talked with lots of Dharmendra's fans. They are saying he never lost his simplicity, never lost the raw honesty in his eyes. That's why Dharmendra ji always remain in his fans' heart. And as of the visuals, we can see here, security has been tightened, as I mentioned earlier, because VVIP movement are here. A few minutes back, Amitabh Bachchan along with Abhishek Bachchan has arrived, and Salman Khan, Amir Khan, David Dhawan, Vidya Balan, everybody is here. Everybody is here. Akshay Kumar, I missed the name. Akshay Kumar had arrived few minutes back to here at this cremation ground. We are reporting live from outside, as we are not allowed inside, but we can see the emotion of people. We can see the emotion of Dharmendraji's fans, because from we can see 8 to 80 years old, every aged person here gathered here for their so not only their superstar, they are here from their childhood memories. And And we can say about Dharmendra ji is that he came from a small town in Punjab with dreams bigger than the horizon, and somewhere between those dreams and destiny, the film industry gained a star who glowed differently, and this is the proof today where Dharmendra ji's fans, Dharmendra ji's co-stars, his family friends, everybody is here to say goodbye to Dharmendra ji, and we are seeing here that a gathering of his friends are raising, and we can there are lots of movement here, and now today the film industry truly and the entire nation, why say film industry, not the film industry, not only the film industry, the entire nation pauses to remember a man whose name needs no introduction. It's Dharmendra, the beloved he-man of Bollywood, the charming romantic hero of the silver screen and a symbol of old school grace, lives behind a legacy that simply can't fade. And the faces of his friends, the faces of his fans telling how they are missing their superstar, their childhood memories. As I have mentioned.
Just stay on with us. We have Raj Babbar joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Raj Babbar, well, a very, very sad moment for the country. The he-man, the man with the golden heart, the most lively of the personalities from Bollywood today, has breathed his last, sir.
Yes, this is a very sad day. We all were praying since so many days he should get well. I was in touch with the family also. We all were thinking he will be all right, but उन्हीं ने हमसे छीन लिया. लेकिन उनकी his good deeds, उनकी वो अच्छाइयाँ, उनकी वो खूबसूरती, एक बेहतर इंसान की खूबसूरती थी जो एक अच्छे इंसान के साथ एक बहुत बड़े स्टार जो शायद आज खूबसूरती की मिसाल अगर देनी होती तो धर्मेंद्र है. He was a complete person. हमने खोया है. मेरे साथ तो एक बड़ा राती रिश्ता भी था उनका. Because the first day I was in Mumbai. तो मैं किसी बड़े स्टार से मिला था. वो धर्म जी थे और मेरा पहला दिन था. मैं यूनाइटेड प्रोड्यूसर्स में सेलेक्ट हुआ था. इत्तेफाक ऐसा था कि धर्मेंद्र जी भी यूनाइटेड प्रोड्यूसर टैलेंट कॉन्टेस्ट में सेलेक्ट हुए थे. उनके बाद में राजेश खन्ना साहब हुए थे और फिर मैं हुआ था. तो मुझे हमेशा उनकी ब्लेसिंग मिलती रही. मुझे बहुत साथ मिला. हमेशा मैं इट्स लाइक अ फैमिली. आई वाज देयर. आई यूज्ड टू वर्क. उन्होंने कभी भी मुझसे कहा अपने होम प्रोडक्शन के लिए, मैं मना ही न कर सका. मैंने हमेशा उनके साथ में काम करता. बॉबी के साथ, सनी के साथ. और उन्होंने भी जहाँ कभी मेरी बेटी का प्ले था सैयारा, उसमें उन्होंने बाकायदा एक सीन किया है टेलीफोन के ऊपर. तो कभी कभी पता नहीं लगता कि हम किसको खो रहे हैं, पर मैं इतना कह सकता हूँ व्यक्तिगत रूप में कि मैंने अपना बड़ा खोया है. बट वो हमेशा उनका प्यार साथ रहेगा, उनकी दुआएं और उनकी खूबसूरती साथ रहेगी.
जी बिल्कुल. राज बब्बर साहब, आपने बोला अपनी जो पहली उनकी मुलाकात थी, लेकिन आज किस तरह से याद रखेगी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री उनको, या हम कहें पूरे उनके फैंस भी, आज किस तरह की शख्सियत के तौर पे आप उनको आज याद रखेंगे हमेशा के लिए? Mr. Babbar, can you hear me? All right, I think that the line is disconnected, but we will continue to get more, how people are remembering Dharmendra today. and we will continue to talk to our correspondent on ground as well. Shehzad Khan continues to be with us. Shehzad ji, जिस तरह से हमने देखा राज बब्बर साहब ने उनकी बारे में बात किया, उनकी अगर हम शख्सियत की बात करें, किस तरह से एक काफ़ी उनके अंदर एक सादगी थी, जिंदा दिली थी, और साथ ही साथ जो टैलेंट था उसको लेकर कभी भी हमने ये नहीं देखा कि उन्होंने किसी भी प्रकार से कभी भी किसी को एक वो जो सुपरस्टार एक जिसे कहते हैं नखरा हो, वो कभी नहीं दिखाया ना। उनके बारे में कभी भी आपने मीडिया में सुना नहीं होगा। वो एक तरह से मिसाल भी बन जाते हैं तमाम उन लोगों के लिए जो आज फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे हैं और ग्लैमर इंडस्ट्री में। शहजाद जी
जी बिल्कुल, वो एक मिसाल है और इन सबको फॉलो करना चाहिए कि एक सुपरस्टार ऐसे भी रहा है जो एकदम सादगी सी जिंदगी जी है, कोई टेंट्रम्स नहीं था, कुछ नहीं। आई रिमेम्बर कोई उनके टेंट्रम्स नहीं होते थे, वो डायलॉग्स लेके उर्दू में लिख लेते थे, फिर उसके बाद उनको देखकर अपना पूरे जैसे डायरेक्टर कहते थे वैसे वो काम करते थे। एटलीस्ट मेरे साथ जो फिल्म की उन्होंने, मैं उसकी बात कर रहा हूँ। और बाकी तो इनकी तारीफ, धर्म जी की तारीफ तो के मतलब करना तो ऐसा जैसे सूरज को चिराग दिखाना। इनके ऊपर तो इतने उन्होंने ईराज देखे हैं, हर ईरा, हर सदी, हर दशक में उन्होंने काम किया है, सारे अप्स एंड डाउन्स इंडस्ट्री के देखे हैं इन्होंने। लेकिन ही वो जो है एक पत्थर, एक रॉक की तरह खड़े रहे हमेशा इंडस्ट्री के लिए, किसी के लिए भी, कोई भी जो भी उनके पास जाता। आई रिमेम्बर कि उनके गांव से काफ़ी लोग आते थे, जब वहाँ से नए नए आते थे, उनके पास रहने की जगह नहीं होती थी, तो धर्म जी उनको अपने घर में रखते थे, उनको खिलाते थे, पिलाते थे, सब चीज़ें बहुत गाँव वालों तक का बड़ा ख्याल रखा उन्होंने। तो इतना ऐसे फराग दिल इंसान का क्या कहाँ मिलेंगे आपको कई सदियों में।
जी हमारे से बने रहिए। सायरा बानो इज जॉइनिंग अस लाइव ऑन द ब्रॉडकास्ट। सायरा जी, आपने उनको बहुत करीबी से देखा है, धर्म जी को, और आज उन्होंने अपनी आखिरी सांस ली है। आपने बहुत ही जब गोल्डन एरा की बात रही है, आप आज
मोस्ट अपसेटिंग न्यूज बिकॉज हमको न्यूज था कि वो रिकवर कर रहे हैं। उनको मिलके आए थे, उनको देख के आए थे, मिलके नहीं आए, सॉरी, देख के आए थे बीच कैंडी में, और जब घर वो चले गए तो ये न्यूज थी कि वो रिकवर कर रहे हैं। So this is the most shocking thing for us.
And ma'am, he was always, very much full of life. If you see in his previous posts also, he was always full of life. You've known him very closely.
Full of life, and he was looking after himself so well. I don't understand how this has happened to him, because he was a very strong man, very energetic man, and the most wonderful human being. Dilip साहब के साथ भाईचारा ऐसा था, real brother. In fact, they used to joke about it. We are real brothers. Probably he said different mothers, but we are absolutely elder brother and younger brother.
जी, जुलाई में भी
our house was open to him at 1 o'clock in the night, 2 o'clock in the night. He was suddenly, and he would start by wishing. In the 1960s, he would wish first of all my grandmother, and then meet most of the family. इतनी अच्छी तरबियत, इतनी अच्छी उनकी आदतें थी। Gem of a man. And दिलीप साहब laughingly एक इंटरव्यू में और एक इनॉग्रेशन में मुझे याद है उन्होंने कहा कि अल्लाह से दिलीप साहब ने शिकायत की कि अल्लाह तुमने मुझे जब पैदा किया तो मुझे धर्म जैसा खूबसूरत और हैंडसम क्यों नहीं बनाया। And that is a beautiful moment captured on film, We used to love each other like anything. और धर्म जी भी जब इंटरव्यू कुछ करते थे या फिर फंक्शन होता था, he would always talk of Yusuf Saab as his favorite, as something जिनकी कोई जगह ले नहीं सकता. Dilip Saab is Dilip Saab. Nobody can be Dilip Saab. It's like that. We will miss him. We will revere him. उनकी याद को हम लोग ताज़ा रखेंगे. He will remain in our hearts forever. He is the last of the great men. May God rest him in peace.
Thank you, Ms. Saira Banuji, for joining us and sharing your thoughts in this solemn moment. And Saira Banu, of course, has worked in several movies with the legend Dharmendra, and their chemistry, on-air chemistry and warmth, of course, remembered all throughout. And she expresses shock at the passing away of the legendary actor Dharmendra. And as we continue to show you the live pictures from the cremation, outside the cremation ground in Vile Parle of Mumbai, we see more and more vehicles coming in. My colleague Meenakshi continues to show us. I think there are people from, I think there are many politicians who have also arrived. Meenakshi, if you could hear me, tell us who all have you spotted, who all are coming? Meenakshi.
Akshay Kumar just left the spot, and I think someone will tell something. We are trying to catch their
Okay, I think there seemed to be a problem with that audio, but we are getting in more visuals. As Meenakshi was telling us, Akshay Kumar had arrived there, and we see more and more VIP movement over there. I think politicians also expressing their grief and sorrow in this solemn moment. And of course, he's remembered as the man with the golden heart, as Saira Bano was just sharing with us that how she had met him while he was recovering. Last time he was hospitalized, but today he's shocked. He's always taken care of his fitness, and he continues to inspire. He continued to inspire people, his fans and his followers, for fitness, being with his sons Bobby Deol and Sunny Deol by his side. We've seen their videos and attending the events recently as well. And of course, he had been suffering from health issues and age-related issues also. Shahzad is also with us. We will come to him, but right now we are showing you the live pictures from outside.
A message from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has just tweeted, Prime Minister Modi, remembering late actor Dharmendra. The Prime Minister has just tweeted, saying the passing of Dharmendra ji marks the end of an era in Indian cinema. He was an iconic film personality, a phenomenal actor who brought charm and depth to every role he played.
फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के कलाकार थे, उन्होंने 300 से ज़्यादा फिल्मों में काम किया था। और आज के उस अंत्यविधि में मैं नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार में सामाजिक न्याय राज्य मंत्री के नाते मैं भी आया था। मैंने भी उनको आदरांजलि अर्पित की है, और एक बहुत बड़ा कलाकार था, और उनको मैं आदरांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ।
Okay, reactions coming in. The Prime Minister has just tweeted, I'm getting in the message that the Prime Minister has put out on social media. The Prime Minister's condolence message saying the passing of Dharmendra ji marks the end of an era in Indian cinema. He was an iconic film personality, a phenomenal actor who brought charm and depth to every role he played. The manner in which he played diverse roles struck a chord with countless people. Dharmendra ji was equally admired for his simplicity, humility and warmth. In this sad hour, my thoughts are with his family, friends and innumerable fans. Om Shanti. The Prime Minister remembering the late actor. There's not a single person perhaps, growing up, and if they watched Hindi movies, one of the greatest hits ever, of course, one of them will be Sholay, right on top, and Dharmendra in that movie. And Akshay Kumar, actor, has also put out a message just now. Akshay Kumar saying, growing up, Dharmendra ji was the hero every boy wanted to be. Our industry's original He-Man. Thank you for inspiring generations. You live on through your films and the love you spread. Om Shanti. That is Akshay Kumar. As last rites are being performed in Mumbai's Vile Parle crematorium, tributes are pouring in for late actor Dharmendra. Rakshita. We'll go across to our correspondent Meenakshi as well. Those are live shots, in fact, coming in as fans, supporters gather outside the crematorium to get a glass glimpse of their actor. Cricketers also paying their tribute. Shikhar Dhawan just putting out a tweet saying that he stood tall not just in stature but in spirit. Dharmendra ji, thank you for showing us strengths, showing us the strength. Junior NTR also putting out a message. Before that, I'll go across to Kailash Kher, singer, on the phone line. Kailash ji, when talking about Dharmendra, how would you like to remember him?
जी वो बहुत ही उदार हृदय के व्यक्ति थे और दुनिया में there are many people, many big actors, those who are full of themselves once they get accepted and once they get famous and all. But he is the one person who crossed so many generations, and keeps on inspiring all the generations from, various type of characters playing, and not only playing in the movies, but playing the real hero in the real life also. And in spite of being so famous, so accepted, so big, yet very humble, very smiling. Those are the traits one gets inspired as a human, more than actor and all. So maybe, that is the thing. People should remember him more. And also, even from the fraternity, people also should learn that, yes, people can be powerful, yet they can be humble, and they can stay calm and relaxed. And they can set the example for humanity. For such people, there should be, memorials. There should be some libraries dedicated to them. There should be some artwork. There should be some institutions in such kind of personalities' name. Just, remembering them for one day when they leave this world, maybe, that's not enough for such kind of eminent personalities.
Yeah.
Right, Mr. Kailash Kher, because you mentioned about humanity. Humanity, humility, being humble is something that, is very much valued today, and sometimes become a rarity also when somebody for decades have worked, has been a prolific actor and has got
That
so much
too-
of fans.
That too, ma'am, being in the film industry, being in the limelight, being
Yes.
on the forefront, those people should be more and more, towards humanity side, rather than, just full of, okay, we are something and let's play around with that and let's misuse the power. So instead of that, we have to be more responsible, and he is the exactly beautiful example that even being on top of, he ruled almost 3 decades continuously as a top hero. Yet, even those days also he used to be very kind and considerate for others. I'll share one very small anecdote. He has a Khandala mein very big farmhouse, and हम लोगों का भी लोनावले में there is a farm. There are common people who work at his farm also, at our farm also. He is kind enough. He is, such a beautiful soul that he keeps asking from them about my well-being. How is he and all. So that's the commendable and remarkable thing. Otherwise, such people don't even, today's time only, I don't want to criticize anybody, but today's time, so many such actors, today's actors or, film people, they travel along with us. Their attitude is such that as though they are not human only. So when you see such kind of experience and you experience these legends, that wow, how they treat younger lot, how they treat other artists, other creative soul, that is so empowering, that's so beautiful and encouraging, motivating. So such people, in such people's name, there has to be big memorial, big library, big artwork, where, younger lot can go and search and study about these people more and more.
Ji.
Thank you, Kailash Kher ji, for speaking to Republic TV, remembering late actor Dharmendra. As more tributes pour in, those are live pictures of cars leaving the crematorium there in Mumbai, an indicator perhaps that the last rites have been performed. There is yet no statement from the family of the late actor Dharmendra. We are still waiting for details. He was hospitalized until a few weeks ago, and he's been facing some health issues and was being treated at leading Mumbai hospitals, after which he was taken home a few days back, and the family even put out a video of him being taken home and the family asking for the press at that point to ensure that there is privacy that is given to them. And as of this minute, we don't have. Okay, there are some responses there from Vile Parle crematorium in Mumbai. Let's cut across live.
सर क्या कहना हमारे मतलब बहुत ही बड़े हिंदी फिल्म के कलाकार थे। 300 से ज्यादा फिल्मों में काम किया था और आज गोस्वामी विधि में मैं नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार में सामाजिक न्याय राज्य मंत्री के नाते मैं भी आया था। मैंने उनको आदरांजलि अर्पित की है और एक बहुत बड़ा कलाकार था और उनको मैं आदरांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ।
Okay, that was Ramdas Athavale speaking to the media outside the cremation ground in Vile Parle. The last rites have been performed by the eldest actor, by the eldest son of Dharmendra, Sunny Deol, and of course, as the country mourns the death of the icon, the he-man of Bollywood, man with a golden heart, Dharmendra, and of course, as we remember his performances. People, Niranjan, they continue to talk about the person he was. There can be there can be so many performers who, continue to impress with their performances, but his personality is something that remains unforgettable.
Well, absolutely. And speaking about, his background, and he often spoke about his upbringing, his background. Born in a family of, farmers in Punjab. He was very fond of movies and he idolized Dilip Kumar, the actor, Guru Dutt. They were his role models. And he entered the film world through a talent contest that was held in 1958 that marked his entry. When he was first spotted, he moved to Mumbai. He made his debut in a movie in 1960. That was the first time he acted. And just imagine, from 1960 to 2023, that's nearly 63 years, over 6 decades of him acting. His first movie was Dil Bhi Tera, Hum Bhi Tere in 1960. And he quickly, in fact, his climb was extremely quick. He rose to stardom in the 60s with some of the key movies, including Anpad, 1962, Bandhani, 1963, Hakikat, 1964, Phool Aur Patthar, 1966, Anupama, 1966, Satyakam, 1969. And, that's where he earned the legacy of being the he-man. That's when people started calling him the he-man in Phool Aur Patthar. That's when his image started transforming in Bollywood. And in 1970s is when Dharmendra, did his best films, of course. The number one action star in the 70s. He was a top romantic lead in that entire decade. Did a lot of films in comedy genre. Some of his big movies of the 1970s, of course, include Sholay. In 1975, he will always be known for this, role of Veeru, one of the most iconic roles in Indian history, film history, that is. And we will pull out some of the. In fact, we've had a lot of his co-stars also speak to us. We'll pull out some of the, reactions we've had from the co-stars. If we can pull that out, they've just spoken to us. In 1970s, Yadon Ki Barat, Jugnu, Dharamveer, Chupke Chupke, Sita Aur Geeta, Pratigya. And he was known for his charisma on screen. Mukesh Khanna is on the phone line, actor. Mukesh Khanna ji, how would you remember Dharmendra today and his contribution to the film world as we know it in India?
I think we have lost a बहुत ही प्यारा इंसान खो दिया. मैं एक्टर नहीं कहूँगा, स्टार नहीं कहूँगा, एक ह्यूमन बीइंग कहूँगा. बिकॉज मैंने 6 फिल्में की है, मैंने उनको करीब से देखा है. इतने बड़े स्टार होने के बाद भी जमीन पर टिके रहे. कोई भी बंदा मिलने आवे बड़े प्यार से मिलते थे. मेरे साथ उनके अच्छे संबंध थे. मैंने 6 फिल्में की हैं उनके साथ और काफी नजदीक से देखा है. इनको रिप्लेस करना मुश्किल है. ही मैन टाइटल अगर किसी को दे सकते हैं तो धर्म जी को दे सकते हैं और किसी को नहीं दिया जा सकता. और रियल लाइफ में भी इवन फिल्म के पर्दों पर ही मैन थे, इवन रियल लाइफ में भी ही मैन थे. और काफी इंसिडेंट्स हैं मेरे साथ. मैं तो इनफैक्ट अभी इनका इंटरव्यू करना चाहता था. 6 महीने पहले मैंने फोन किया था. मैंने कहा था धर्म जी. बोला अरे मेरा मुकेश. मैंने कहा मुझे मालूम आप ऐसा ही कहोगे, पर समाव मैं इंटरव्यू दे नहीं पाया. उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं थी. एंड रिसेंटली मैं भी उनके घर भी गया था. मैं सनी देओल उनसे मिला, बॉबी से भी. मैंने कहा ये बहुत स्ट्रांग आदमी है, बाहर निकल आएंगे, बट अफसोस मालिक चाहता है जो हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते. वी रियली मिस्ड अ पर्सन जो ऐसा बंदा इंडस्ट्री में नहीं मिलेगा आपको, जो ये बहुत बड़ा लॉस है हमारा, मैं समझता हूँ। चाहे फिल्म की बात हो।
No, I think most people also, Mukesh ji, know him because, I mean, they were fond of him. Most importantly, he was loved because he always was himself, right? He never needed a godfather in Bollywood, which most actors these days have, right? A self-made man, right? He loved living life the way he is. What you saw is what you got with him.
देखो, मैं एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट सुनाता हूँ। मैं शूट कर रहा था इनके साथ एक फिल्मिस्तान में। शाम का वक्त था, अंधेरे में हम लोग बैठे थे। उस जमाने में तो वैन नहीं होती थी और ट्रंक वंक बिछा के हम लोग बैठे बातें कर रहे थे। बॉडीगार्ड साथ में थे एक, और अचानक एक बंदा आया, बोला मैं बंगाल से आया हूँ जी, मैं बहुत बड़ा फैन हूँ जी आपका, मैं कैन आई हग यू, मैं गले मिल सकता हूँ? तो हम लोग थोड़ा सा वो हुए कि साहब खड़े हो गए धर्म जी, गले मिले उनसे और मिल के उनका बॉडीगार्ड एकदम आगे आया कि क्या पता कौन है, कहाँ से आता है, पता नहीं होता। लेकिन साहब बैठे, मैंने उनको कहा, मैंने कहा धर्म जी आपकी यही अदा आई लव, ये आपकी यही एक। बोला मुकेश प्यार वंडोगे नहीं तो प्यार मिलेगा कहाँ से? अब देखिए कौन बोलता है सर जी। अब हमारे यहाँ 5-5 बॉडीगार्ड होते हैं, बाउंसर होते हैं, लोगों को दूर दूर किया जाता है, हाथ नहीं मिला सकता साहब। ऐसे में धर्म जी, इसीलिए ही वॉज लव्ड बाय एवरीबडी, नॉट एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग ही वॉज लव्ड, ही वॉज नॉट एज यू राइटली सेड, कोई गॉडफादर नहीं, किसी का बड़े बाप का बेटा नहीं था वो। एक पंजाब के गांव से आए हुए, और पंजाब के लोग देखिए क्या मानते थे। मैं इसकी एक छोटी सी बात सुनाऊंगा आपको। मेरे को बॉबी देओल ने एक बार कहा, बोला मुकेश जी मैं एक बार अपने कमरे से बाहर निकला, अपने बंगले में 2nd फ्लोर पे एक बंदा घूम रहा था बाहर। तो मैंने कहा कौन है तू? बोला ओ जी पंजाब से आए जी, ओ जी ऐसे धर्म पाजी मिलने आए हैं। तो बोलता है उतरो नीचे। साहब धर्म जी का बंगला खुला हुआ था, पंजाब से लोग आते थे ये सोच के कि हमारा प्यारा है, और वो उनका स्वागत होता था।
Right.
That is what I'm saying कि he was loved as a human being, as an actor, as a star की बात छोड़िए आप। और फिर ग्राउंड की बात करें तो उनकी लड़ाई की स्टाइल देखिए, जो मुक्का मारते थे। आज बड़े बड़े सो कॉल्ड स्टार्स बने हुए, तार पे लटक के वो जंप मार के मारते हैं। सर धर्म जी का एक मुक्का ही काफी होता था, दिखता था कि रियल मार रहे हैं वो। ये आपको कहीं नहीं मिलेगा सब। एंड मेरे साथ तो 5-6 फिल्में कर चुका हूँ, बहुत यादें हैं उनके साथ।
Yeah. Thank you Mukesh ji for speaking to Republic. Thank you very much. As actors, remember the late actor Dharmendra, the stalwart Dharmendra. Truly the end of an era. There are very few who are left, who are alive today, and Dharmendra was one of them, who stood like a pillar, like one of them put it. He was like a pillar to Bollywood. There are some more tributes pouring in for the late actor Dharmendra. Rakshita, if you can take us through some of them.
Right, he, of course, he started off with the movie that, as you mentioned, Dil Bhi Tera, Hum Bhi Tere, but, I think it was in the mid-60s when he actually gained that the popularity as the superstar. In 1960, of course, he landed his first role. He continued to appear in many other small roles, but in 1963 it was Bandini of Bimal Roy, where it actually was an introduction to Dharmendra to the audiences, and he continued to rise as a star in films like Anupama, Aaye Din Bahar Ke, Phool Aur Patthar, of course, made him a household name, starring with Meena Kumari. In fact, in one of the iconic scenes is when he was holding the, Meena Kumari, where it became a sensation, that scene, and that earned him the title of He-Man of Bollywood, and he continued to charm the audiences, not just, in romantic roles, in action roles, as just Mukesh Khanna was telling us about how he performed his stunts as well. He was that macho image, at the same time the romantic side of him. He balanced everything, he had intensity, at the same time the innocence in his eyes, the masculinity on screen along with tenderness. Everything was, it was a mix, a perfect balance of it, and it just not just made him a star, but also the the youngsters idealizing him, looking up to him. How Indian fans have always been looking up to the characters on screens, and today Dharmendra was remembered as such. In 1970s, of course, was the golden era where he was at his peak, and he had delivered hits one after the other. And there were dramas like Chupke Chupke, Vairishikesh Mukherjee, Satyakam, and Raja Rani. Sholay, of course, in 1975. That was, of course, one of the cult classics where he proved his versatility. There was tragedy, there was comedy as Veeru, and there was action also in that movie. And of course, with him and Amitabh Bachchan being at the center of it, and Amitabh Bachchan today, of course, was one of the first people to visit Dharmendra and to pay the final tribute. He's also starring in his last movie with Agastyananda, who is the grandson of Amitabh Bachchan. So his last movie is with Amitabh Bachchan's grandson. And of course, talking about his filmography, was the 1970s were the when his stardom hit the peak. The magic of Veeru in Sholay, of course, everybody adored the character. The scenes with Hema Malini, his wife. He went on to marry her later, and the scenes with Basanti and those iconic dialogues which till date, every generation remembers, and one of the beloved characters in Hindi cinema that had this glimpse of friendship, love, courage, and strength. And then, of course, off-screen also, he had been appearing with his family, complete family man as he was known to be. And, of course, other movies like Sita Gita, the iconic couple, Hema Malini and Dharmendra, both starred in Sita Gita, Dream Girl, and many such movies. Married in 1980, one of the most iconic couples of Bollywood. And this is, of course, a big loss to the industry. But even recently, if we say that he had been, writing verses in Hindi and Punjabi, reflecting his emotions, talking about age, talking about even loneliness sometimes, and gratitude at the same time. And, his poetry collection was also put out there. He had written some poems also, memories on social media, Shero Shairi also was one of his passions. Is a very multifaceted personality, and had also ventured into politics back in 2004 on a BJP ticket. He had contested on Lok Sabha elections from Bikaner also. He won the seat. He served as the MP also. Of course, he later on distanced himself from active politics. And then, he had said that he was too emotional for the job. He was too emotional to be a politician. And he remained a cinema's man. And in his late career, we've seen him starring with his own sons, like movie Apne, movie Yamla Pagla Divana, where he starred with Bobby Deol and Sunny Deol as well. And the Deol family also became a brand in itself, starring together, making those appearances in movies, each of the roles carrying some sense of nostalgia also, some of the dialogues, reminding the audiences about his iconic performances. He also starred in Rocky Rani Ki Prem Kahani 2023, directed by Karan Johar, and Karan Johar just paid a tribute to him. And he was, of course, also, honored with several Lifetime Achievement Awards, Padma Bhushan, that is the nation's third highest civilian award as well. He was conferred upon with the Padma Bhushan. And whenever you see him reacting to it, he just said that I only want to rule the hearts of the people. I just want to live in the hearts of my fans and followers. And that's, of course, that's why we see that everybody we speak to today, Niranjan, is remembering his humility, the person he was behind the scenes, not just what he was before the camera. He continued to spend time at his farmhouse, even shared, tips from his farmhouse about farming, of organic lifestyle, health, and sharing anecdotes from his early life also. He carried this success with much simplicity, and that is why we see people from all corners remembering the persona he was, much beyond the macho image that he had earlier, and then later on the emotional, the emotional side of his that was reflected on the screens, Niranjan.
Well, yeah, getting in more responses from different actors who worked with him, who knew of him. Actor Ajay Devgan saying that he's heartbroken to hear about Dharamji. His warmth, generosity, presence inspired generations of artists, and that the industry has lost a legend and we've lost someone who shaped the very soul of cinema. And the family, of course, has been very upset, in fact, in the last few weeks because of, some sections of media really were irresponsible in reporting on Dharmendra ji. And that is why perhaps, there is no statement yet. We are still waiting to get more details of, what happened. He was being treated. He had complained of breathlessness a few weeks back. He was taken to Mumbai's Breach Candy Hospital, and he was being treated there. He was recently discharged. I think it was around the 10th or 12th when he was discharged from Mumbai's Breach Candy Hospital. And easily one of the most loved actors in India today. And we've lost Dharmendra, whose legacy speaks for itself. You look at the films that he acted in and the kind of roles that he played. Of course, one of the very few Indian actors who didn't typecast themselves into one kind of movie or one genre. So he was an actor, you would have seen him act in action movies, in romance, in comedy, drama, etc. And he spoke always from the gut and was very close to his family. He was a family man, was often seen, every time you saw him in public, would be with his family, with his sons or with his daughters. So extremely strong family values. And sort of an unusual career, you can say, because he's someone who started his career in 1960 when he did his first movie. From the year 1960, he didn't give up acting until 2020s, when he acted in a movie which was released in 2023, if I'm not wrong. He became a superstar mid-60s, and some of his best movies were in the 70s and 80s. And he came back to acting. In fact, he took a decision to come back to acting in the 2000s. And, over 6 decades to be on screen back to back, that is a fantastic achievement. Over 300 movies. That's how many movies Dharmendra has acted in. And someone who was loved for his humility. Most actors who spoke to Republic also talking about how humble he was, what a good human being he was, both on and off screen. Extremely emotional. You've seen him break down a couple of times because he spoke from the heart always. Extremely soft-spoken, generous. That's how people remember him. Extremely humble. Despite being a superstar, you would see him at events and no heirs, didn't have any bodyguards, bouncers, etc. And always spoke well. He didn't do any politics in the industry. Most important these days, in the film industry, there are actors and there's so much of politics that happens. He never got into any of that. Never, not much of a controversy. He never got into any controversy. He didn't chase awards. He was never arrogant, and just became famous for who he was, a great actor at the end of the day. And speaking about one of his key roles, which most people will remember him for, which is of course that of Viru. Viru of the film Sholay was shot in Ramnagara, just outside Bangalore. Even today when you go to Ramnagara, Rakshita, it's known for Sholay. People remember because Sholay was shot on a hill, and till today.
Okay, I think actor Aisha Julka is joining us on the phone line. Ms. Julka, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Ma'am, how do you remember today the He-Man, the man with a golden heart, as he's always been called? He's passed away today at the age of 89.
I'm absolutely so saddened because, he would have touched 90 very soon in a couple of days, and I have worked with him. I remember him as this absolute fun-loving person and absolutely a dynamic personality. I don't think that we're going to get anybody like him ever. It's a loss, a big loss, and his contribution to the cinema will always be remembered.
And what is your
true icon?
If you could share your fondest memory about Dharmendra ji.
I've done a couple of films with him, but one film I did with Dharamji, wherein I was there and Dharamji was there, and Sonu Walia and Avinash. We basically had a script which was, absolutely a father-daughter story, And then he met me and he said, "Arey, any soni kudi hai." And I'm eda menu pra banao. Matlab, make me her brother, elder brother. So it was something that I literally started laughing at, and I used to love the way he danced on the set. It was so interesting, and I'm so happy that I shared, whatever screen time I could with him. But nonetheless, it's a very, very bad time. I mean, I don't know how to even address this. I lost an artist who has touched the hearts of millions, and his performances will live on forever.
Right, ma'am. Thank you so much, Aisha Julka, for joining us on the phone line. And tributes continue to pour in. The Prime Minister also just a while ago has posted on X mourning the death of iconic actor Dharmendra, and remembering the charm he brought to the screen, his performances, and also his humility, as he mentioned in that post, and remembering the He-Man. And we continue to bring in more reactions and bringing you glimpses of his life and times. You can see the crowd that has gathered outside the cremation ground. He's been loved across generations, and so many people who have gathered outside the cremation ground at Vile Parle, and several personalities, hundreds of personalities from the film industry, from directors to actors, former colleagues, all rushing to the cremation ground. His final rites have been performed by his eldest son, Sonny Deol, and the family statement is expected. Of course, it's a moment of grief for them, and we understand that it can take time. Okay, this is the first picture of Amitabh Bachchan. Amitabh Bachchan and Abhishek Bachchan in that vehicle, the Jai Viru iconic duo, and today Amitabh Bachchan, who played Jai, was one of the first ones to rush to the hospital and the cremation ground. Salman Khan, of course, a while back we showed you those pictures. Akshay Kumar, Vidya Balan, David Dhawan, Varun Dhawan were all rushing to the cremation ground. And stars, of course, continue to reach the cremation ground. Amir Khan, also one of the first ones to go to the Vile Parle cremation ground and pay the final tribute to the icon that Dharmendra was, continues to remain in the hearts of the people. And it's an end of an era. And we just spoke to Saira Banu, also one of the veterans of the Hindi film cinema, and she was talking about the last meeting with Dharmendra. He was recovering, and she expressed shock, sharing with us that how he was focused on his fitness and living his life to the fullest. And today she is in disbelief and crestfallen, hearing the news of Dharmendra passing away. And his iconic movies continue to remain in the hearts of people. The final goodbye today at the Vile Parle cremation ground, as we see more and more vehicles arriving and leaving behind this this unforgettable legacy, shining throughout decades, 60 years of Dharmendra, and he continued to work in his last years also. He never stopped working. And continued to work and charm his audiences, not just on the 70mm, not just on the silver screen, but we also saw him on the Instagram. He was very active on Instagram. We were just showing you a couple of videos from there, and with his pet, with his family members, from his farm, from the gym as well. And he was continuing to send out messages to his fans about living life to the fullest and, how to live fit, live healthy, and at the same time, remembering his own colleagues like Dilip Kumar. And we will, viewers, continue to get you more inputs from Ground Zero and updates. And this is, of course, a tribute that is being paid to actor Dharmendra. We will be continuing with our coverage, viewers, on Republic TV, as the He-Man and the OG of Bollywood, of Hindi film industry, Dharmendra, passes away at the age of 89. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year,
Hi, this is Sandeep Sekar, AD and CEO, Nippon India Mutual Fund, and I'm very excited to be part of India Economic Summit hosted by Republic Business, happening on 28th of November 2025 at Republic Headquarters in Noida. See you there.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at the
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही paneer masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and
प्योर शाही paneer masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused.
Legendary Bollywood actor Dharmendra passes away at the age of 89 after prolonged illness. Condolences pour in across the country. JNU link emerges in the India Gate Maoist protest case. Chat success reveal how calls for protests were being directed by the JNU student wing. Amid uproar over pro-Maoist protests at India Gate, Congress sparks controversy by questioning encounter of the top Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma.
का हिस्सा भले ही न हो, लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा। और जहां तक जमीन की बात है, तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं, क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए।
Rajnath Singh makes a big statement, says Sindh region may not be with India today, but borders can change tomorrow and the region may return home to India. Indian Navy commissions INS Mahe, first vessel of the Mahe class anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft at the naval dockyard in Mumbai. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Arnab Goswami with you. Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, is back in the news again. It's a connection that has emerged with the pro-Maoist protests at India Gate in New Delhi. Demonstrators had raised slogans in support of Hidma, the Maoist terrorist who was under the guise of protesting. So these protesters were under the guise of protesting against pollution in the national capital. But what transpired were slogans raised for Hidma. The protest call was reportedly given by JNU's Progressive Students Association, the PSA, a left-wing student organization. Protesters were asked to gather at the Sabarmati tea point, sparking concerns about the nature and motivations behind the demonstration. So you can see that that post, the JNU link that has emerged, and the pro-Hidma protest. You can see the banners they were holding, the placards, and what they were writing, the slogans they were raising. It was all in support of Hidma. And they even went on to attack the policemen in the national capital. Listen into the reactions.
इसका भी अन्वेषण जारी है और अन्वेषण में इसमें गहनता से जांच की जा रही है और निश्चित ही इसमें कठोर कार्रवाई की जाएगी और इसमें जो पुलिस के खिलाफ बल प्रयोग करना, रोड जाम करना, चिल्ली स्प्रे का यूज़ करना, इन तमाम धाराओं के अंदर एफआईआर रजिस्टर की गई।
सर, क्या प्रोटेस्ट के दौरान उन्होंने हिडमा नक्सलवादी से जुड़े पोस्टर इस्तेमाल किए थे?
हाँ, ऐसा पाया गया है और इसकी जांच कर रहे हैं।
My colleague Soumya joins us live on the broadcast for more. Soumya, if you could hear me, Soumya, this is, of course, demonstrations that have raised a big controversy. There were pro-Maoist slogans right in the heart of the national capital, outside the iconic India Gate. And now what we understand that there is a clear JNU link also emerging. What are you gathering?
Yes, well, let's see, Rakshita, right now I'm outside the Patiala House Court and you can see the development as of now is that the police officials are here. The deployment has increased significantly since morning. The entire premises of Patiala House Court has been heavily barricaded. The movement from this particular gate, from where this particular van, wherein the arrested protesters who were supposed to be produced here inside the Patiala House Court, they will be entering from this very gate, the gate on my other side. Hence the deployment here has increased. Now the details that we are picking up is that there are 2 different FIRs that have been registered, one at the Kartavya Path police station. Under that FIR, 7 people have been arrested. These are 7 male protesters who were part of this particular protest yesterday. And the other FIR, which it has the other FIR in question, it has been registered at the Sansad Marg police station, and around 17 people have been arrested with that FIR, and those 17 people will be brought here and will be entering the Patiala House Court from this very gate. Now, what happened yesterday? A protest which was allegedly for the increased air pollution here in the national capital. Under the garb of that protest, sympathizing slogans with regards to this slain Maoist commander Hitma, those were raised, placards were raised. So, followed up by that, when protesters crossed the barricades, they even tried to attack the police officials who were present at the spot with the pepper spray. So these are the developments we are picking up. The crackdown of the Delhi police has begun, and at any moment we can expect those 17 people to be produced here inside the
Right,
Patiala
attacking the
House
police with the pepper spray and also using red chili and raising pro-Hidma, pro-Maoist slogans. That was what witnessed. That was the scene that was witnessed outside the India Gate, and we are getting the first response from Sudhanshu Trivedi of the BJP on this. Listen in.
कि इंडिया गेट के ऊपर कुछ लोग जो मुखौटा लगाकर गए थे कि वो पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के संदर्भ में बड़े जागरूक हैं और वो इस पर प्रदर्शन करना चाहते हैं, और वहां पहुंचते ही उनके चेहरे पर से मुखौटा हट गया और अंदर का असली मुखौटा सामने आ गया, और वो मारे गए नक्सली कमांडर के पक्ष में आकर नारेबाजी करने लगे.
All right, we'll shift our focus now. A startling case from Siliguri of West Bengal. 3 men have been arrested for impersonating as NIA officers and extorting money. The suspects reportedly threatened a man's father and made him pay 50,000 rupees after claiming to file a case against him. All accused have been remanded to police custody for 5 days.
A fake racket has been busted in Siliguri, where 3 men have been arrested for impersonating as NIA officers. The arrest also includes the main kingpin for posing as officials and allegedly threatening others in West Bengal, Siliguri.
राहुल घोष बोल के एक आदमी वो कंप्लेन किया था कि उसके घर में ये 3 आदमी आए और बोले वो लोग NIA का ऑफिसर है, और बोला क्या वो उसका पिताजी ऐसे लड़की पाचार करता है, इसलिए उनका अगेंस्ट में केस होगा. तो वो लोग डर के उन लोगों को 50,000 पेड किया है, और मानिक राय जो है वो मेन किंग पिन है, वो इन लोगों को ऐसे काम कराता था.
All the accused were remanded to the police custody for 5 days after they were produced before the Siliguri court. The 3 were arrested after a first information report was filed based on a complaint. The operation was jointly carried out by the Detective Department and the Special Operations Group of Siliguri Metropolitan Police.
And INS Mahe is the cutting-edge anti-submarine warfare vessel commissioned by the Indian Navy today. This sleek and agile ship is the first of its class, designed and built by Cochin Shipyard Limited as part of India's Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. And in fact, with its compact 78-meter frame and 1,100-ton displacement, INS Mahe boasts impressive speed, stealth and maneuverability, making it the invaluable asset for coastal defense and underwater surveillance. Its advanced features include medium-frequency hull-mounted sonar, multi-function surveillance radar, and torpedo and ASW rocket systems, allowing it to effectively hunt submarines and secure India's vital maritime approaches.
We are on board INS Mahe. INS Mahe features over 80% of indigenous content, which is a really boost for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And INS Mahe has been built by Cochin Shipyard Limited, Kochi. There are lots of speciality in INS Mahe ship. Detect and neutralize hostile submarines operating close to India's coastline. INS Mahe undertake rapid response operations in confined or acoustically complex waters. It strengthens maritime security and surveillance across critical coastal corridors, and its support peacetime roles such as search and rescue or humanitarian assistance. So this INS Mahe, a powerful symbol of India's growing maritime strength. This is INS Mahe. Sir, we know that INS Mahe is the first ship on its class. So tell about INS Mahe and its speciality.
Okay, ma'am. This is the first of the anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft which has been designed and built by Cochin Shipyard Limited. We have got about 80% of the components which is Indianized. The weapons and sensors which are fitted on board the ship are indigenized, which is a proud moment for all Indians.
And we know that Navy has a tradition when they name any ship. So what is the history behind INS Mahe?
So we had a ship which was earlier serving the nation from 1983 to 2006 and was named as INS Mahe. She was an inland minesweeper. We are the proud recipients of the legacy which they had been there, and we are will be carrying forward the legacy of erstwhile INS Mahe in the future.
What makes Mahe special from other ship?
So my primary role of the ship is anti-submarine warfare. So the weapons and sensors which are fitted on board the ship are primarily designed for operations against a submarine near to the coast as well as in deep sea. So that is our primary role.
How strengthened this INS Mahe of Indian Navy?
So the speed, the agility and the stealth feature which we bring along with the ship makes the ship a formidable enemy for the submarine.
So you are now more powerful.
Absolutely.
With INS Mahe.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Time for a short break, but we get you the latest from the national capital as there's uproar over the pro-Maoist protest at India Gate. Congress now is questioning the encounter of the top Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white-collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation...
Uproar over the pro-Maoist protests at India Gate. The Congress is now questioning the encounter of the top Maoist commander, Hidma, as the protesters also raised slogans in support of Maulvi Hidma.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs...
And the legendary Bollywood actor Dharmendra passes away at the age of 89 after prolonged illness. Bollywood's He-Man no more. Condolences pour in.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो तुम्हारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested. They would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today, we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
This is CP Gurnani from IONOS. I think the summit is a very integral part of shaping opportunities for India and some of the challenges that India has. And as a founder of IONOS, I can only say is that technology has a significant role to play in India's economic policies over the next 5 to 50 years. Let's talk about it.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile...
Hi, I'm Saurabh Mukherjee of Marcellus Investment Managers. I'm the Chief Investment Officer at the firm, and I'm really looking forward to Republic Business's India Economic Summit on 28th November. I hope to see you there.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
Today, for most parts of the developed world, in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East, Australia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they are all finding in India a trusted partner, and this is going to drive huge amounts of investment and technology, which will not only serve the needs of a growing aspirational India, which will also be the sourcing base for the world.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked...
Hi, I'm Deepak Jayaraman, and I'm excited to be part of the India Economic Summit, hosted by Republic Business on the 28th of November 2025 at the Republic headquarters in Noida. Look forward to seeing you there.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir to uncover how this white-collar network expanded under the guise of faith and medicine.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मीरज.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested. They would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today, we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार।
Legendary Bollywood actor Dharmendra passes away at age 89 after prolonged illness. Condolences pour in. The JNU link emerges in the India Gate Maoist protest case. Chat access reveal how call for protest by directly was given by JNU students wing. Amid uproar over pro-Maoist protest at India Gate, Congress sparks controversy by questioning encounter of top Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma.
आज सिंध की भूमि यह भारत का हिस्सा भले ही न हो, लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा। और जहां तक जमीन की बात है तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं, क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh makes big statements, says Sindh region may not be with India today, but borders can change and the region may return home to India. And Indian Navy commissions INS Mahe, first vessel of Mahe class anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft at Naval Dockyard in Mumbai. Viewers, the Delhi police presenting its case before Delhi's Patiala House Court has alleged that the protesters had come fully equipped and even used chili powder on police personnel during the demonstrations. While the agitation was about pollution, the police told the court the slogans raised were linked to Maoist ideology. The big charge coming in was actually coming fully equipped with pepper spray, and these are words the Delhi police is saying on the Maoist charge. The Delhi police has arrested 15 for using pepper spray. Let me first go across to the reaction that's coming in from the BJP.
इंडिया गेट के ऊपर कुछ लोग जो मुखौटा लगाकर गए थे कि वो पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के संदर्भ में बड़े जागरूक हैं और वो इस पर प्रदर्शन करना चाहते हैं, और वहां पहुंचते ही उनके चेहरे पर से मुखौटा हट गया और अंदर का असली मुखौटा सामने आ गया, और वो मारे गए नक्सली कमांडर के पक्ष में आकर नारेबाजी करने लगे कि इंडिया गेट के ऊपर कुछ लोग जो मुखौटा लगाकर गए थे कि वो पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के संदर्भ में बड़े जागरूक हैं और वो इस पर प्रदर्शन करना चाहते हैं, और वहां पहुंचते ही उनके चेहरे पर से मुखौटा हट गया और अंदर का असली मुखौटा सामने आ गया, और वो मारे गए नक्सली कमांडर के पक्ष में आकर नारेबाजी करने लगे।
Meanwhile, when Republic TV confronted the protesters on their Hidma link, they remained completely silent. Republic had questioned the pro-Maoist brigade. The Delhi police has now stated that these people had been picked up for allegedly obstructing personnel, assaulting them, blocking the road. Let me go across to Ishan, who's joining us on the phone line. Ishan, Republic questions the pro-Maoist brigade. What sort of a sense are we getting from the words that are coming from them?
Absolutely. The protesters had initially started their protesting and making statements that this is a protest against environmental pollution and the rising AQI levels in Delhi. However, the scene at India Gate quickly changed once the protest actually began, and it was seen that a lot of the protesters were carrying posters and banners with them, which was significant to the slain Maoist leader in the northeast. Now, these Maoist leaders that were slain in this was actually alleged that presented serious allegations against him of killing of police officers and others. However, Delhi police has serious allegations before Patiala House Court regarding the protesters after demonstrating against air pollution turned pro-national movement, characterized it more than a spontaneous environmental protest, alleging that the demonstrators came fully equipped and used chili powder and pepper spray on police personnel during the confrontation. According to Delhi police submissions, protests were not simply citizens demanding clean air, but individuals who had come prepared for a confrontation. Deputy Commissioner of Police said that the incident is very unusual, stating that it is the first time protesters used pepper spray on officials and they were hindering traffic laws and they were hindering the traffic movement at India Gate. And India Gate is a sensitive location and protests there are not usually permitted. And these protesters had not sought any prior permission for holding of such protests in this location. And now, after that, when they assaulted the Delhi police officials, they were brought back, they were arrested and FIRs against them have been registered. Now, after registering of these FIRs, they are being produced before the Patiala House Court, and once the protesters are produced before the Patiala House Court, the remand of them may be sought and they might even be interrogated further. This shows the intent of the protesters were not simply to raise their voices against pollution, but also to somehow ignite the terror and the show a kind of hero worship to the slain national leaders. This
just want you to stay with us for a moment. Stay with us. We're going to now go and see that reaction that's come in from my colleague Soumya, who tried to question the protesters.
Please tell, why were you raising slogans against a Maoist commander who is behind so many deaths, who's responsible for so many deaths? Can you please respond? Why were you raising slogans in favor? Can you please respond? On purpose, did you use the chili spray? Why were you sympathizing in favor of a Maoist commander? Can you please respond?
Hidma was the most wanted Naxalist, Maoist. I go across to my colleague Soumya, who bravely confronted these people, defiant as they stand in the court. Soumya, you asked them the question, why were they raising slogans in favor of Hidma? They had no answer. They understood the question, but they remained completely quiet about it.
Yes, well, Sridham, as you saw also when I tried to question them, all of them did hear the question, did acknowledge for that matter also. If you look at the body language, they did acknowledge also. It was not like they were shying away from facing the camera or anything like that. They did acknowledge the question as well, but they kept mum the questioning as to why they were sympathizing with a Maoist terrorist who is behind so many deaths, so many killings. More than 200 security personnel have lost their lives in major 20 attacks. This Hidma, the Maoist terrorist, is behind 20 major attacks in Chhattisgarh from since 2004 and 2024. So many security personnel have lost lives. Around more than 76 civilians have also over the years have lost lives in many such attacks. He's behind many such attacks. So we did try to question them. However, they remained mum. They did acknowledge the question, but they kept mum. However, as to we talk about the development with regards to how things are panning out inside the Patiala House Court, these protesters who have been arrested in total, the 23 now as we speak, 23 arrests have been made, and 2 different FIRs have been registered, one at Kartavyapath Police Station and another at Sansad Marg Police Station here in the national capital. So all of those who have been arrested by the Delhi police, they are being brought here at the Patiala House Court in different batches, and in different batches they are being produced before the judge. In the first 3 batches, the order has been reserved with regards to the remand. And as we speak, more people, more those who have been arrested are being produced inside the court in front of the judge. So we will get more details with regards to the remand soon.
Protests were over the encounter of top Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma. He was killed by our forces, and this is the big story that India had been speaking about. I want to once again go across to that confrontation that Soumya had with these people who look like they don't understand what's happening, but the protests and the posters they had with them in which they've said red salute, red salam to Comrade Hidma, clearly shows in the garb of pollution they were only trying to put forward a very dangerous mindset of Maoism. Once again, we play out that interaction that Soumya had.
Can you please tell why were you raising slogans against a Maoist commander who is behind so many deaths, who's responsible for so many deaths? Can you please respond? Why were you raising slogans in favor? Can you please respond? On purpose, did you use the chili spray? Why were you sympathizing in favor of a Maoist commander? Can you please respond?
This is a top focus because when they're trying to compete and when they're trying to look at people who have been named as the most wanted, it becomes very dangerous. I want to now meanwhile show you WhatsApp chats, viewers, that have revealed a potential link between Jawaharlal Nehru University, the JNU, and this recent Delhi protest at India Gate. The protest, which was ostensibly in the garb of air pollution, was actually not. It was a violent protest. The demonstrators raised slogans supporting the Maoist leader Madhvi Hidma. They had protests and placards with them. Hidma had been recently killed in an encounter in Andhra Pradesh. The BJP had accused the protests of being urban naxals and linked them to the left-aligned unions of JNU. We spoke to ABVP students here, and this is what they said.
ये जो कल प्रदर्शन के नाम पे ये लोग गए थे और इन्होंने नारा लगाया माधवी हिडमा अमर रहे, इनके जहाँ घर घर से जहाँ से भी हिडमा आप कितने हिडमा मारोगे हर घर से हिडमा निकलेगा, ऐसे देश विरोधी नारे लगाते हैं ये सारे। इसमें बहुत से ऐसे लोग थे जो देश विरोधी तत्व थे, जो देश के खिलाफ बातें करते हैं। ये वहाँ पे जाते हैं पॉल्यूशन के खिलाफ धरना देने, लेकिन ये देश विरोधी तत्वों के लिए नारे लगाते हैं, बहुत ही गलत है।
कौन लोग थे अब जो करें ये लोग जाते हैं नारे लगाते हैं?
इसमें मोस्टली लोग देश विरोधी थे, इन द सेंस कि ये वहाँ पे गए थे किसी और चीज़ के लिए, लेकिन उसको दूसरे तरह से ये देश के खिलाफ दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सबसे पहले मैं आप लोग को बताना चाहूँगा कि ये और कोई नहीं है, ये अर्बन नक्सल्स है जिनके पेट में दर्द शुरू हो जाता है। और हिडमा के बारे में मैं आपको पूरा बताना चाहता हूँ आज कि 2010 में जब दंतेवाड़ा में हमारे 76 CRPF के जवान मारे जाते हैं तब यहाँ पे ढोल नगाड़े बजाए जाते हैं, जेएनयू को बदनाम किया जाता है, जेएनयू की छवि को पूरी तरह से खराब किया जाता है। उसके बाद 2013 में जब जिमराम घाटी अटैक होता है, उसमें 27 पीपल किल्ड, समझ लीजिए 27 लोगों की मौत हो जाती है। उसमें कांग्रेस की भी लीडरशिप के कई लोगों के, सीनियर लीडरशिप की मौत हो जाती है। आज जो कांग्रेस, जिसको देश के मोदी जी के साथ आना चाहिए, जिसको राष्ट्र के साथ आना चाहिए और कदम से कदम मिला के नक्सलवाद की लड़ाई में सामने खड़े होना चाहिए, वो आज पीछे से जाके उनको बैकिंग दे रहा है। कितने शर्म की बात है कि जब देश विरोधी यहाँ नारे लग रहे हैं।
अर्बन जो नक्सल्स हैं ये एक हाथी की तरह, इनके खाने के दांत कुछ और होते हैं और दिखाने के कुछ और होते हैं। तो ये मतलब प्रोटेस्ट किसी और चीज़ के लिए करने जाएंगे और करेंगे वहाँ कुछ और। तो वैसे ही गए पॉल्यूशन के लिए और वहाँ जय हिडमा अमर रहे हिडमा जैसे नारे लगाते हैं, और उसके साथ साथ में जो पुलिस पर्सनल्स वहाँ सिक्योरिटी में तैनात थे उनकी आंखों में ब्लैक पेपर छिड़क के उनको हार्म करके और वो प्रोटेस्ट साइट पे आगे लीड करते रहे।
पॉल्यूशन को लेके जो अभी प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा था, प्रोटेस्ट करने का सबका अधिकार है, वो शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट करे तो अलग बात है, पर वहाँ पे जाके एक नक्सली के सपोर्ट में, नक्सल गतिविधि के सपोर्ट में जो नारे लगाए गए हैं वो बहुत ही गलत है। जिस तरीके से हिडमा जो मारा गया है, सबको पता है कि वो किस तरीके से उस पर 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों को, 100 से ज़्यादा सीआरपीएफ जवानों को मारने का साजिश जो है वो रचा था, और उसकी जो मौत हुई है वो बहुत सबके लिए बहुत ही प्राउड की बात है। पूरे सेंट्रल आर्म्ड फोर्सेस और जो इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस है उनके लिए प्राउड की बात है। हम सभी भी यहाँ जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय में भी एबीवीपी ने इसको सेलिब्रेट किया था, लेकिन जो यहाँ पे लेफ्टिस्ट है, जो वहाँ पे भी जो लोग गए हैं वो लोग भी वही लोग हैं, वो अर्बन नक्सल्स हैं जो यहाँ पे पढ़ाई करते हैं और वहाँ पे नक्सली गतिविधि को सपोर्ट करते हैं।
और कल जो माहौल बनाया गया था इंडिया गेट पे, वो प्रोटेस्ट को लेके था, प्रदूषण को लेके। लेकिन यहाँ के लेफ्टिस्ट लंपन द्वारा जो वहाँ पे हिडमा अमर रहे, हिडमा की शहादत दी गई, उनके लिए मोरल दिखाया गया, जो अपना इमोशन था इन लोगों का, ये काफ़ी निंदनीय चीज़ है। और गवर्नमेंट को बाहरी चीज़ों से ज़्यादा अंदर की चीज़ों पे ध्यान देना चाहिए। वो तो नक्सली गुंडे मतलब प्रॉपर नक्सली हैं, लेकिन ये छात्र के रूप में असली नक्सली यहाँ भी पनप रहे हैं। और यहाँ पे जेएनयू के अंदर जो माहौल कल खराब कर रहे हैं, और जेएनयू के बच्चे, यस, जेएनयू के छात्र भी थे वहाँ और प्रोटेस्ट में शामिल हुए थे। उन्होंने ही हिडमा के मतलब हिडमा के सपोर्ट में नारे लगाए थे।
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Security heightened in Sambal on the completion of 1 year of the violence that broke out on 24th November 2024 when an incident of stone pelting took place when a survey team arrived at the Shahi Jama Masjid to conduct a survey of the mosque. A layer of fog covered the city as the weather got chilly due to gradually decreasing temperature over the past week. Srinagar has been recording nighttime temperatures below freezing with the early winter chill. The shallow fog is likely to continue in low-lying areas during early morning. Delhi Congress Chief Devendra Yadav had written a letter to CEC of Delhi alleging irregularities in the voter list in Ashok Vihar Municipal Corporation of Delhi by-election. Earlier on November 10th, total of 132 nominations were submitted for the 12 seats of Delhi MCD by-elections. And Republic has accessed exclusive visuals of MLAs who are in Delhi batting for DK. These include Iqbal Hussain, H.C. Balakrishna, Nayan Motama, Basavraj, Shivaganga, Uday Gaura, Balasaheb Patil, Mahendra Thamanavar. This is the big focus that we have with us. I'm also going to try and go across to my colleagues who are getting us this story. These are visuals that we have accessed and I'm going to go across to that. This is the lobby that's batting for DK Shivakumar in Delhi. They've been here for the long time. And once again, we are seeing MLA's camp in Delhi for DK Shivakumar. Let me go across to Abhishek, who's joining us live on the story. Abhishek, this is clearly once again a Game of Thrones that is being seen. There's a speculation there could be a leadership change. What are you picking up?
Well, even after AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge claiming and informing the party workers of the Congress and the MLAs of Congress that they shouldn't be coming back to Delhi every now and then to demand the change in the leadership in the month of November. This is the second batch that has been seen in Delhi as of now, and we have also seen all these MLAs who belong to the Wakaliga community who are supporting DK Shivkumar are camping in Delhi as of now in one of the private hotels, and it is not sure if they have had gotten a chance to meet with the High Command until now or not, because none of these MLAs are ready to talk to the media, none of these MLAs are ready to give a statement, none of these MLAs are ready to claim why they are in Delhi. On the other hand, we've also seen BK Hariprasad, who just walked out of Karnataka Bhavan after meeting Rahul Gandhi for briefly 1 hour of time, and he very clearly mentioned that it was only a casual meeting. Rahul Gandhi questioned BK Hariprasad if everything was fine in Karnataka. It is very clearly meaning to say that none of the congressmen are claiming the actual process or the actual scenario in the state of Karnataka, and it is very clear indication that not everything is fine in Karnataka Congress. CM Siddaramaiah is trying to continue in the chair of Chief Minister for the next 2.5 years as well, and DCM DK Shivkumar is making sure that he mounts the pressure on the High Command with all his sources and all his MLAs by sending them to Delhi. But when questioned about the leadership change in Karnataka and in various other parts of the city, DK Shivkumar says that CM Siddaramaiah is his leader and he will go hand in hand with CM Siddaramaiah, and both of them claim in an open stage that High Command will be the major decision maker and they would abide by the conditions laid down by the High Command. But their actions and their words are completely different. They aren't going parallelly, and it is very clear indication of the power tussle within the state of Karnataka, which Rajanna assumed to be happening in the month of November after making a statement that there will be a revolutionary change in Karnataka politics in the month of November. The High Command of Congress decided to sack K.N. Rajanna from the government, from the minister post, and this is the exact time or the month where Rajanna said that the things would startle in the Karnataka politics. So we will have to see how Rahul Gandhi reacts, how Mallikarjuna Kharge reacts with respect to various other leaders coming back to Delhi every now and then. Rhythm.
Thank you, Abhishek, for giving us those details. Viewers, US announced significant progress in developing a plan to end the war in Ukraine during talks in Geneva, though no agreement was reached on guaranteeing Kyiv's security amid ongoing concerns about Russia. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met a high-level Ukrainian delegation after Kyiv raised alarms over perceived concessions to Russia.
All right, we had a very good day today. I think we made a tremendous amount of progress, even from the last time I spoke to you, and I apologize for keeping you waiting, but there was more work to be done. You know, we began almost 3 weeks ago with a foundational document that we socialized and ran by both sides, and with input from both sides. And one of the things that happens when you've been involved in this now for 10 months is you get a pretty good sense of what the priorities and the red lines and the important issues are for both sides. And so that allowed us to create a foundational document, which has been an ongoing working document. In fact, over the last 96 hours or more, there's been extensive engagement with the Ukrainian side, including our Secretary of the Army and others being on the ground in Kyiv, meeting with relevant stakeholders across the Ukrainian political spectrum in the legislative branch and the executive branch and the military and others. So it is in my personal view that we've had probably the most productive and meaningful meeting so far in this entire process since we've been involved in from the beginning. We have a very good work product that was already built on a foundation of input from all the relative parties involved here, and we were able to go through some of those items now point by point, and I think we've made good progress. Our teams have now gone to their rooms as we're working on some of the suggestions that were proffered to us in the hopes of furthering narrowing the differences and getting closer to something that both Ukraine and obviously the United States are very comfortable with. Obviously, this will ultimately have to be signed off by our presidents, although I feel very comfortable about that happening given the progress we've made. And then obviously there's the Russian side of the equation. But again, we think we have some pretty substantial insights over the last 9 months into some of the things that are really important to them. So I think the takeaway from it is I think this was a very, very meaningful, I would say probably best meeting and day we've had so far in this entire process, going back to when we first came into office in January. But there's still some work left to do, and that's what our teams are going to be doing right now. And coming up after a short break, amid uproar over pro-Maoists
Protest at India Gate. Congress sparks controversy by questioning the encounter of top Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला। सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in
And good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhuma. Top focus, good news for India. As Indian Navy has now commissioned INS Mahe, this is the first vessel of Mahe class anti-submarine warfare in shallow water craft at Naval Dockyard in Mumbai. First, we take a look at our top headlines. Legendary Bollywood actor Dharmendra passes away at age 89 after prolonged illness. Condolences pour in. GNU link emerges in the India Gate Maoist protest case. Chats reveal how call for protest was made directly by GNU students' wing. Amid a uproar over pro-Maoist protesters at India Gate, Congress sparks controversy by questioning the encounter of top Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh makes big statements, says Sindh region may not be with India today, but borders can change and the region may return home to India. And Indian Navy commissions INS Mahe, first vessel of Mahe class anti-submarine warfare, shallow water craft at Naval Dockyard in Mumbai.
इंशाल्लाह अभी पॉइंट टू पॉइंट हम आपको बताते हैं। ये सारे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हल हो गया और मुतवक्की यही है कि इंशाल्लाह हमारे ट्रेड और इन्वेस्टमेंट और ट्रांजिट खूब अच्छी तरह इंशाल्लाह इसमें इजाफ़ा आएगा और इंशाल्लाह सेक्टर ख़ुसूसी इस मज़ीयत से इस्तिफ़ादा करेंगे। जो हमें चाबहार के मसीर से जो हम बात कर रहे हैं कि इस रास्ते को हम खोलेंगे, इंशाल्लाह ये भी हम बीच में डिस्कस हुआ है और जो ज़मीनी और एयर कॉरिडोर है इस पे मज़ीद काम हो रहा है। इसमें टेक्निकल इंशाल्लाह इसमें मज़ीद कोशिश करेंगे कि और भी फैसिलिटेट हो जाए और एक्टिव हो जाए और कंपटीशन बीच में हो कि दूसरा रास्ते से खामखा इसमें कीमत कम हो ताकि ये सारे रास्ते जो है ना ये फंक्शनल हो और हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर जो अगर तजारत करेगा बायलेटरल और जो ट्रांजिट करेगा वसत एशिया रियासतों के लिए और किसी और जगह के लिए, तो इंशाल्लाह और सबसे मौजून और बेहतर रास्ता ये होगा अगर ये एयर कॉरिडोर है, अगर ये ज़मीनी और बहरी रास्ता है। और बीच में ये मसाइल था कि हमारे सफ़र था, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इस सफ़र से हम मुतमईन है। इस सफ़र से जो हमने प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ जो हमने डिस्कस किया, जो ऑफिशियल वज़ीर साहिबान के साथ जो वज़ीर साहिब तजारत है और वज़ीर साहब ख़ारिजा जो हमने डिस्कस किया, सारे फैसिलिटी और दोनों तरफ से सारे इस रास्ते के लिए सारे फैसिलिटी देने के लिए इंशाल्लाह दोनों मुल्क तैयार है ताकि ये हमारे ट्रेड और ट्रांजिट खूब अच्छी तरह इंशाल्लाह तरक्की करें। डिसाइड हो गया कि पुराना हमारे जो दोनों मुल्कों के दरमियान जो एक कमिटी था, दोबारा हम उसको फाल करेंगे और बिटवीन टू नेशन इसको हर 3 महीना, अभी सबसे पहले तो हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर हो सकता है थ्रू ऑनलाइन हम मुलाकातें रखें, फिर हुजूरी हम काबुल में और हम दिल्ली में दोबारा ये इंशाल्लाह मुलाकात शुरू करेगा। और डिसाइड हो गया कि अतशे तजारती दोनों मुल्क के लिए अफ़गानिस्तान में इंडिया का तजारती कमर्शल अताशी होगा और अफ़गानिस्तान का जो इंडिया में कमर्शल अताशी यहाँ इंशाल्लाह हम भेजेंगे और ड्यूरिंग 1 मंथ इंशाल्लाह हम कोशिश करेंगे कि ताकि ये दोनों मुल्कों के लिए जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर है उसके जो मसाइल होगा इंशाल्लाह थ्रू हम कमर्शल अताशी के थ्रू पे इंशाल्लाह ये मसाइल हल होगा। और तीसरा जो हमने बिटवीन डिसाइड हो गया जॉइंट चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स, पहले भी कुछ था लेकिन अभी इसको मज़ीद इसको हम इजाफ़ा करेंगे, इसको फ़ाल करेंगे इंशाल्लाह और दोनों मुल्कों के दरमियान।
And we heard the Afghan foreign minister there speaking about good relations with India. Moving on to our top focus now, the Delhi police has conducted a raid in the Shaheen Bagh area, targeting the home of Arif, a Dubai-based individual suspected of involvement in drug trafficking. While details are still emerging, it's noting and worth noting, viewers, Shaheen Bagh has been at the very center of protests, the Delhi riot protest and police activity in recent years. Related to the NCR, the CAA, the area has now been seeing heightened security measures and police presence, especially after the Northeast Delhi riots in February 2020. Shaheen Bagh raids yet again. The 19th edition of Exercise Surya Kiran, a bilateral military exercise between the Indian Army and the Nepali Army, is set to take place from November 25th to December 8th, 2025 in Pithogarh, Uttarakhand. Look at the highlights. The Federal Constabulary Headquarters in Peshawar, Pakistan, a federal paramilitary force of Pakistan under the control of the Interior Secretary of Pakistan, which operates overall in Pakistan after 2025 ordinance, now came under a major terror attack on 24th of November. Police are saying there were 3 suicide bombers that targeted the compound, triggering a heavy exchange of fire. All 3 attackers were killed, but not before 3 FC personnel were martyred. CCTV footage from the incident has also emerged, capturing the moment the attackers entered the premises.
The Federal Constabulary Headquarters in Pakistan's Peshawar turned into a battleground on November 24th around 8 a.m. after a group of suicide attackers targeted the compound. CCTV footage from the compound has emerged, showing the explosion in the area. Police say the assault began with a suicide bomber blowing himself up at the main gate of the FC headquarters. According to Peshawar CCPO Dr. Mia Saeed, FC personnel immediately took positions and engaged the militants. The attack came at a tragic cost, with 3 FC personnel were killed while safeguarding the compound. Hospital sources confirmed that at least 5 people, including 2 FC personnel, were injured and shifted for medical treatment. The Saddar area around the FC headquarters was quickly sealed off, with traffic diverted and a full search operation also launched. Deputy Commandant Javed Iqbal confirmed that a comprehensive investigation is underway, with officials examining the CCTV footage to trace the attackers' movements. A new 186-page IMF report has flagged serious concerns about Pakistan's governance, saying corruption has become deeply rooted in the system. The report clearly shows that corruption is hurting the country's economy, weakening institutions, and pushing away both local and foreign investors.
In a major development for the Indian Navy, INS Mahe, the very first ship in its first new Mahe-class anti-submarine warfare fleet, has been commissioned today. The huge ceremony took place at the Naval Dockyard in Mumbai. It was hosted by Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, the Flag Office Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command, presided over by none other than the Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi. INS Mahe marks an important step in boosting India's coastal security, especially when it comes to detecting and countering submarines in shallow waters. Here's a very deep look at what this means for the Navy and India.
India's Navy takes a decisive leap forward with the commissioning of INS Mahi, the first vessel of the Mahi-class anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft. The commissioning ceremony was hosted by Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command, and presided over by Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi. INS Mahi marks the arrival of a new generation of indigenous shallow water combatants that are sleek, swift, and resolutely Indian.
Target Alpha bearing 050. Launch.
W, full head engines.
प्रचंड युद्ध की बारी है।
A vessel that embodies Atmanirbhar Bharat, a symbol of India's unshakable resolve to matter its own maritime destiny.
It's a huge boost for Atmanirbhar Bharat also. This is over 80% indigenous content, I think. So tell more about it.
So talking about the indigenized component on the warship. So if we talk about the weapons section is from the starting is the indigenous rocket launcher, which has been made by the Larsen and Toubro. And if we come behind is the SRCG gun mounts for neutralizing the surface and the aerial threats. If we go behind is a TTL, the triple tube launcher, which has been made by the Mahindra Defence. Also, if you can see on my aft side, this is the ATDS decoy launcher, which is used, for seducing the torpedo away from the ship. That is the same launcher. There are two launchers which have been provided in case any submarine, adversary submarine, tries to fire a torpedo onto us. This will automatically deploy the decoys, and because of that, the ship will remain safe and the torpedo will be home on to the decoys.
The commander Amit Chandra Chaubey also shed some light on the history of the ship.
What is the history behind INS Mahe?
So we had a ship which was earlier serving the nation from 1983 to 2006 and was named as INS Mahe. She was an inland minesweeper. We are the proud recipients of the legacy which they had been there, and we are will be carrying forward the legacy of erstwhile INS Mahe in the future.
INS Mahe's crest features an urumi, a flexible sword symbolizing agility, precision and lethal grace. Three qualities that define INS Mahe's operational ethos. From 130 vessels in 2020 to 145 today, and a targeted surge to over 200 by 2035. At a pace of one new ship every 40 days, Indian Navy has the fastest commissioning rate in the world. This isn't just fleet expansion, it's a maritime revolution. At 78 meters, INS Mahe is compact but mighty, propelled by a revolutionary diesel engine water-jet combination, making her the largest diesel water-jet warship ever built by India. Designed for shallow water operations, coastal patrols, anti-submarine warfare and low-intensity maritime operations, INS Mahe is the first of the 8 class of ships planned to defend India's coast. In many ways, INS Mahe represents a watershed moment in India's quest for complete maritime self-reliance.
With this induction of the latest anti-submarine warfare shallow water crafts, which are very, very important for coastal security and for looking after anti-mining effort of the enemy, a lot of other assets are dedicated towards doing this kind of jobs. Otherwise, actually, this can be done by helicopters, this can be done by the anti-submarine warfare ships. But since these are shallow water crafts, they do not have much draft, so it is much easier to sanitize the approaches to the harbors, and that is how you make the harbor absolutely safe for the warships or for the merchant navy or the merchant ships which keep on entering and leaving the ports, and a lot of economy depends upon that. So this is a this is a work in progress for India, and it's happening. And you see, we are the 4th, 5th largest navy in the world, and all these assets are required, and they are joining us slowly and steadily. We are already, as you know it, almost around 56 ships are under construction in India in various shipyards, and all this is adding on to our effort. And this is where the national security comes in, where a lot of other assets, which otherwise would have been used for all these duties, will now be assigned to do their specific tasks. And these kind of ships, which is 8 being made by Cochin and 8 being made by Calcutta, will be utilized for sanitizing and doing the anti-submarine warfare around the coast, because wherever the depths are little less, these assets will be doing the job of anti-submarine warfare.
The Indian Ocean, a highway of global commerce where 30% of maritime trade flows and where tensions brew daily between rising powers, INS Mahe stands as India's sentinel, guarding crucial checkpoints from the Gulf of the Malacca Strait. While China dominates with over 370 plus vessels, India is accelerating production with plans to add 55 ships in the next decade, positioning Delhi as the Indo-Pacific's emerging naval superpower. By 2035, India will rival Japan and challenge regional hegemons.
You see, with the evolving maritime challenges in the Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, and especially South Pacific Sea, we need to strengthen our coastal waters, because we find that there are the strong presence of Chinese submarines, especially in the Arabian Sea, because of their frequent visits to Gwadar port, which is in Pakistan. And then we also see the activity of the Pakistan Navy in the Arabian Sea being our neighbor. So therefore, the security grid of our coast or the coastal defense network needs to be strengthened. And I feel that with the induction of INS Mahe, which is an anti-submarine warfare vessel, especially operating in the shallow waters, it will be a great asset in the defense of our western and eastern seaboards. So this is one of the requirements that we had, because today we find that the Chinese submarine force or their sea arm is getting stronger, and we have to defend our coastal lines both on east and western coastline.
With Quad, INS Mahi joins a constellation of allied warships. Together, they represent a counterbalance to Chinese naval expansion.
We have already started. We have the carriers now. INS Vikrant is the latest induction in the Indian Navy. We are also building our submarines like the Sirihant and Arihant, and therefore I think that with this ship, which is a blend of stealth, speed and accuracy, all mixed together, makes it adds to the teeth of the Indian Navy, because it adds to the power, the naval projection power into in the world around, in our neighbors especially. It acts as a deterrent for them, because it is again what you call is the power projection of our Indian Navy, because this is the first vessel, of course, in the series of 8 such anti-submarine shallow water crafts that we are going to make. And the size, if I look at the size, the corvette size, which is in between your frigate and the destroyer, it is neither very small nor very large. So therefore, it's very versatile. And when we induct such vessels into our naval force, they are definitely noted by the hostile nations out here, Pakistan and China in particular.
Well, any asset which has been thought over by the Indian Navy or by the Government of India, by the Ministry of Defence, which is coming out now, has got a specific role. And of course, it will leverage the overall power of the Indian Navy. So we can't say that, this asset will not contribute. Every asset contributes, and it will leverage the whole capability and capacity. This is where everything is enhancing, and will certainly, have an effect, because we, as a country, as a Navy, are very, very potent Navy, Indian Navy. So if we have all the kinds of assets which are required for making a very, very effective war-fighting machinery, this is another addition to it, another accretion to it.
In a historic move, the government is set to table the Higher Education Commission of India bill in the winter session. This bill brings the biggest shake-up to higher education in decades. It's scrapping the UGC Act of 1956, replacing it with a new regulator and colleges and universities across India.
5 years after the new education policy first recommended it, the Higher Education Commission of India, the HECI bill, is being presented in Parliament this winter session. The overhaul has been long overdue. HECI gained fresh momentum after Dharmendra became the Education Minister in 2021 and pushed to revive reforms. HECI, the Higher Education Commission of India bill, the new proposed body, as per NEP, will have its own verticals. It will aim to reduce red tape, heavy-handed bureaucracy, and encourage higher education to thrive. The bill, as outlined in NEP, seeks to reform the over-regulated but under-governed aspect of higher education in India. This is because multiple authorities are involved in regulation. The bill states that HECI's proposed functions encompass regulation, accreditation, setting up of professional standards. A historic moment is set to take stage in this winter session of Parliament, where a single overarching regulatory body, the HECI or the Higher Education Commission of India, will be proposed as the UGC's replacement. This body will serve as a single regulatory body comprised of 4 verticals, all set to change the way we look at education in India.
Coming up after a short break, GNU link emerges in the India Gate Maoist protest case. Chats accessed reveal how call for the protest was made directly by GNU student wing.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time on television since the story broke here on Republic TV, the channel that told you a 16-year-old boy was being radicalized, forced to consume ISIS content, terror videos. For the first time on TV, Republic has spoken to him. And we will, in the course of the next few minutes, along with the team here at Republic that is breaking the story. I have Ridham Anand Bharadwaj with me in the studios. Shawan Sen will be joining us live from the newsroom. And Shankar, the reporter who spoke to the 16-year-old radicalized boy, with all the different angles to the investigation, to the interview, are joining us in the next few minutes. And then it all comes down to one point, that radicalization happened. And the truth is on camera for the first time. Here are the headlines. Legendary Bollywood actor Dharmendra passes away at the age of 89 after a prolonged illness. JNU link emerging to the India Gate Maoist protest case. Chats access reveal our call for protest was given by the JNU student wing. Congress party openly questioning the encounter of one of India's most wanted Maoists called Hidma. Amid speculation of a leadership change in Karnataka, 7 MLAs of the Congress party are camping in Delhi. Its headache continues for the Congress party. Indian Navy commissions INS Mahe, the first vessel of the Mahe class anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft at the Naval Dockyard in Mumbai. The comment of the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who says Sindh may return to India, sends ripples across Pakistan, which has responded in a knee-jerk reaction this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a Republic TV super exclusive. For the first time ever, the 16-year-old boy in Kerala, and we are not revealing his name, we are not showing his face, but we are telling you his story in his own words. The boy who was forced to watch ISIS videos has admitted on Republic cameras for the first time on how he was radicalized. Take a listen.
I don't want to tell your age or any identities. I don't want to reveal any of your identities to anyone. I just want the truth to be out. I just want to ask you what had actually happened. What the Ansar Islam did to you. Did he show you some videos, or how was he harassing you? How was he asking you to join IS? What was he doing? Could you please explain what happened?
He ruined my life, my family, everything.
He ruined your life?
Yeah, my family, everything.
My dear boy, no one can ruin your life. We are with you. We are here to support you. You are not going to lose your life. You will study, and you will show them that what you can do. You will study well. You will attain a good job. You will show them how you have succeeded in your life. So forget what they have done. Please tell the world that what were they doing you, what videos they showed to you. What videos?
Ansar showed me ISIS contents. And my mom is innocent. My mom is innocent. My mom is innocent. Ansar is just manipulating her. My mom is always, I love her. I want to get my mom back. I want my mom back.
So you still like your mother? So you still love your mother?
Yeah, I do.
But your mother loves you?
I don't know. I think she loves me.
If she loves you, then why was she doing all these things to you?
Probably trying to protect herself.
Protecting herself from whom?
Probably Ansar, I think.
Ansar threatened your wife? Threatened your mother?
I don't know, but I know my mom loves me and I love her back.
You say your mother is a good woman and she was threatened by Ansar Islam and Siddiqui Islam, right? So they threatened her and it was as per their direction. She wanted you to be in his IS. Is it so?
Yeah, I think.
So what do you want to tell your mother now? She may see you in TV. What do you want to tell her?
I love her and I'm not gonna. I really don't want to hurt her.
You like her relationship with Ansar Islam?
No.
What she want to come back? You want her to come back?
Yeah.
Okay. So you read the letter written by her. How do you respond to that?
I'm really sorry.
Well, it's the truth about radicalization. I have Shavan and Shankar joining us. Obviously, the boy is in a state of trauma. I want to go across to Shavan. Shavan, it confirms one thing, that radicalization happened. And there are so many cases that we have reported in the past from Kerala. In fact, it's very rare when you report something, but you get rarely an interview when someone who's been radicalized comes on camera and admits, yes, his mother showed him the videos and that she was in touch with Ansar Islam. He even takes the names and says she was threatened by him. What does this prove, Shavan? And then we'll go across to Shankar, who got that interview.
Well, Niranjan, a few takeaways. Number one, with regards to who exactly is Ansar that is being referred to in this interview. In fact, we're going to put out more details about the 16-year-old boy's mother's live-in partner. In fact, it turns out that they were in United Kingdom, and Ansar is someone who is on the radar of the ATS, Kerala ATS, as well as the National Investigation Agency, because it seems from some of the previous cases that have been registered against Ansar and his family members, it seems that there is a direct link that is basically emerging with previous ISIS cases and suspects in those very cases. And that is the reason why an official FIR that has now been registered, in which you have Kerala police is taking the complaint on record, indicating the following. One, attempts that have been made to radicalize the 16-year-old boy. Number two, attempts that have been made to send this boy to Syria. Number three is with regards to the fact that there are direct links emerging between one of the suspects, that is Ansar, and the suspects in the cases of bomb blasts that have taken place in the state of Kerala as well as Tamil Nadu. There is a clear link with regards to radicalization that is basically emerging from this entire investigation that has been done so far. While some have basically given the twist that this is some sort of a marital dispute, but having said that, remember, on record, you've had the woman coming and telling us that there have been attempts that have been made by Ansar. The son has now come on record to indicate that Ansar was actually threatening his mother, and the living-in partner was actually in touch with a few handlers, is what we are given to understand from the preliminary investigation that has been carried out. It is a clear case of radicalization which is now being probed by the Kerala ATS, and I'm also being told that the national investigation has sought for records in this matter.
Going across to Shankar. Shankar, you spoke to him. He's obviously under a lot of stress, right? You managed to get inside the house, speak to him.
Yes.
Who is with the boy right now? Where is the mother? And where is this Ansar Islam? Shankar.
We are standing right in front of the house of the boy who is still inside the house. After registering the case, the boy was sent with his uncle, who is the elder brother of the boy's biological father, Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali is not here right now. He is in the UK. But his uncle's family are here, and the boy is staying with them. There is no need for explaining the mental condition of the boy, as he was in a trauma state, as we have seen in the video. Actually, when we spoke to the boy to know more about the case, the boy burst out into tears, stating that he was shown several videos of IS and he was asked to move to Syria to join the IS team and to meet several IS leaders. The boy said her mother is very innocent. She was radicalized, and she was radicalized by his stepfather Ansar Islam, who is the second accused in the case registered by the probe team under relevant sections of UAPA. Ansar Islam is also not here right now. He is also in the UK. In fact, Ansar Islam's brother Siddiqui Islam, who is an accused in a terror case registered by NIA in 2016. He was even imprisoned some 3 years back. He was imprisoned in 2018 for 3 years by an NIA court here in Kerala for plotting attacks in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Now the boy is under the safe custody of his uncle, and there is police surveillance as well surrounding the house. Now the boy clearly told us that he was shown all the IS videos and IS videos on the laptops of the accused. But the police seized all these laptops from the house of the mother Fida in Thiruvananthapuram during the raid conducted last week. He says when they tried to persuade him in all the ways to make him join in IS, but he was not at all willing for that, and annoyed by it, they sent him back to Kerala. Soon after reaching back Kerala, he informed. It was only then he informed about these developments to his biological mother. Soon he directed him to go to a police station. With his uncle, he reached Venyaramud police station and registered a complaint. Police began a probe, but police were not certain that the allegations leveled against his mother and stepfather were true. But during the raid and the evidence shown by the boy, made police revealed that made police believe that these allegations were were exactly correct, and later relevant sections of UAPA was added against the accused, and the major development today is the probe team, as probe team means the Kerala State Police handed over the probe to anti-terrorism squad, ATS. A letter has been made and the DGP signed on it, and the probe is handed over to ATS from today onwards. From today onwards, the entire probe will be handed over by ATS only. Now, we need to go back to the history of Fida. Actually, Fida was a Christian before, and her name was Tintu. She studied BSc and MSc nursing in Bangalore, and while studying, she fallen in love with Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was her first husband. It was in that relationship 3 children were born, and the victim, the 16-year-old boy, is one among the children in that relationship. And after 17 years of marriage, it was then she met Siddiqui Aslam. Siddiqui Aslam is a radicalized Islam, as I told. He was an accused in a terror case registered in 2015. And it was then she was radicalized. It was after meeting Siddiqui Aslam, she was radicalized. She was radicalized by using the same methods, like by showing the videos and preachers and meeting IS leaders. She was brainwashed completely by Siddiqui Aslam, and she became radicalized. This was stated by the victim, the 16-year-old boy, as well in the video. The boy clearly stated that my mother was innocent. She was radicalized by Siddiqui Aslam and Ansar Aslam. They were in the same way. They were also trying to radicalize him. In a crying voice, the boy said she wants her mother back. She is in the grip of these radicalized people.
Yeah, Shankar, be with me. In fact, Shankar has been right on top of that story. Shankar broke the story. Shankar followed up, got the visuals of the mother briefly, right? Shankar, you got the visuals of the mother briefly, and Shankar is way ahead of every reporter right now in Kerala on the story of the radicalized 16-year-old boy. And the mother handed a note to Shankar, our reporter in Kerala, and I want to show what the mother said in that note. She gave a handwritten note, right, Shankar? I'm going to show that note, and then you can talk over the note. If you can quickly show the quotes of what the mother said. It was a handwritten note that she handed. She wrote the note and gave it to Shankar. She claimed she was alone. So we're trying to see if the note matches, if what she said matches with what her son is saying. She says she lives alone with her children. And she said she's not ready to speak when we tried to ask her for an interview. And in that note, she went on to question her husband. So I'm not sure that adds up, because she says, let me give my statements to the police first in that note. She said, let the police probe and bring out the truth. And she said she will appear in front of the police, which, by the way, she has not done. She says that her husband, she blamed her husband, who was a complainant in this particular case. Now, let's go back. She claimed her husband, who was a complainant, is an active member of the SDPI. Shravan, does it match what she said? Does it match with what the child has said? Because it appears that her note doesn't match what her own son has said.
Is the fact that her son was being radicalized by her live-in partner. She makes no mention of the fact that when they were in UK and the 16-year-old boy was with him, what he is essentially claiming right now is that he was forced to see some videos. These videos happen to be ISIS propaganda material. If you also go by the FIR that has been registered, there is a clear mention of the fact that in the complaint, the boy has admitted that attempts were being made to send him forcefully to Syria. None of it has been denied by the mother so far in the one-page letter that she has now written to Republic TV. She's now trying to blame this to her former husband, whom we are now being given to understand that she hasn't got a divorce as yet. Now, these are some of the details that are basically emerging. There is a clear discrepancy in what she is claiming and what we have right now in our possession in the form of an interview that has been given by the 16-year-old boy. In fact, it has taken a arduous task for us to get the 16-year-old boy on record, because it is important that the entire nation essentially watches the clandestine manner in which the radicalization actually takes place, and that is the reason reason why it has also, brought in the interest of the National Investigation Agency, because they are closely monitoring what's really happening. It's only today that you have Kerala ATS basically stepping in. Earlier, it was being probed by the Kerala police. Now, it seems that they're looking at whether at all there is a terror angle, given the fact that Ansar has a dubious track record to begin with. And the fact of the matter is that there are also the suspect that there are links with other suspects who have been involved in bombings that have taken place in the past, and the fact that there is also a link that is emerging between Ansar and a few others, particularly in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. I'd like to play out the full story. Shankar, be with me. Here's the full story. As Republic TV investigated it in Kerala, the story of radicalization that you cannot deny. We've had, in the last few years, ladies and gentlemen, several young people get radicalized and go to Syria to work for the Islamic State. Radicalized youth, lives lost. Many of them went, very few came back. Some escaped in the nick of time. This boy is one of them. The 16-year-old radicalized boy, speaking to Republic in a super exclusive. Here's the full story.
My dear boy, I don't want to name you, or I don't want to tell your age or any identities. I don't want to reveal any of your identities to anyone. I just want the truth to be out. I just want to ask you what had actually happened. What the Ansar Islam did to you. Did he show you some videos, or how was he harassing you? How was he asking you to join IS? What was he doing? Could you please explain what happened?
He ruined my life, my family, everything.
He ruined your life?
Yeah, my family, everything.
My dear boy, no one can ruin your life. We are with you. We are here to support you. You are not going to lose your life. You will study, and you will show them that what you can do. You will study well. You will attain a good job. You will show them how you have succeeded in your life. So forget what they have done. Please tell the world that what were they doing you, what videos they showed to you. What videos?
Ansar showed me ISIS contents. And my mom is innocent. My mom is innocent. My mom is innocent. Ansar is just manipulating her. My mom is always, I love her. I want to get my mom back. I want my mom back.
So you still like your mother? So you still love your mother?
Yeah, I do.
But your mother loves you?
I don't know. I think she loves me.
If she loves you, then why was she doing all these things to you?
Probably trying to protect herself.
Protecting herself from whom?
Probably Ansar, I think.
Ansar threatened your wife? Threatened your mother?
I don't know, but I know my mom loves me and I love her back.
You say your mother is a good woman, and she was threatened by Ansar Islam and Siddiqui Islam, right? So they threatened her, and it was as per their direction. She wanted you to be in IS. Is it so?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. So what do you want to tell your mother now? She may see you in TV. What do you want to tell her?
I love her, and I'm not gonna. I really don't want to hurt her.
You like her relationship with Ansar Islam?
No.
What she want to come back? You want her to come back?
Yeah.
Okay. So you read the letter written by her. How do you respond to that?
I'm really sorry.
And this 16-year-old is just one of them who stayed back in Kerala, didn't go to Syria, and was saved. Think of the thousands of them. And there is no number of how many of them were radicalized and sent to Syria to pick up arms and fight for the Islamic State. It's a Republic TV super exclusive. Stay tuned, we'll take a break. Coming back with some breaking news on the same story, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for watching.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to
Legendary Bollywood actor Dharmendra passes away at age 89 after prolonged illness. GNU link emerges in the India Gate Maoist protest case. The chats have been accessed, reveal how protesters directly linked and were giving orders by GNU student wing. Amid a pro-Maoist protest at India Gate, Congress is now sparking controversy by questioning the encounter of top Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma. Amid speculation over leadership change in Karnataka, government 7 pro-DK Sivakumar MLAs hold meetings in New Delhi. Indian Navy commissions INS Mahe, first vessel of Mahe class anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft at Naval Dockyard in Mumbai. And this is the super exclusive. For the first time ever, the 16-year-old boy in Kerala who was forced to watch ISIS video admits that same on Republic camera that he had been radicalized. evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhima. Top focus going to be what was seen to be a protest was actually not about air pollution, but about Maoist support. Now the Patiala House Court, the breaking news coming in, has sent to judicial custody all 5 accused in the India Gate protest that took place. We're also going to be joined by our colleagues, but I want to tell our viewers that these accused in the India Gate clashes have been sent to judicial custody. These protesters had displayed posters and raised slogans glorifying Madhvi Hidma, India's deadliest Maoist commander. This group, in the garb of air pollution, had chosen to salute a terror mastermind. The situation had turned volatile and violent, with protesters attacking the police, the Delhi police, using pepper spray. The accused in the India Gate clash have been sent to judicial custody. That's the word that my directors will be putting in. It's judicial custody they have been sent to. And Republic TV also tried to speak with them. My colleague Soumya had tried to speak with them. Ishan is also with us right now at the Patiala House Court. Ishan, these are visuals that are coming in from inside the Patiala House Court, where all of you tried to get in touch with these people. Hidma was responsible for 26 armed terror attacks, including Dantewada. But the slogans being raised at this rally, at this protest, were Hidma ko lal salam, Amar rahe Hidma. Soumya tried to speak with these protesters and they were silent, absolutely mum. What is the latest that we have on this case?
The Delhi police has presented all the arrested protesters before the Patiala House Court Metropolitan Magistrate. The Metropolitan Magistrate has granted judicial custody of 2 days for these people, acknowledging the severity of the crimes. Multiple sections of the BNS have been invoked against them, including sections of assault, including sections of prevention of duty of a public official and disturbing the peace. These sections have been invoked against them because of the use of alleged use of pepper spray and chili powder against Delhi police. The Delhi police claim that these protesters had come armed and ready for a confrontation. Once Delhi police officials came in to remove them from the C hexagon of the India Gate Circle and the Sansad Path, they were assaulted by the protesters, and once the protest assault began, Delhi police have arrested the protesters and put them and brought them to the court for their hearing. And once presented before the Metropolitan Magistrate, they have been granted judicial custody of 2 days. This was a clear hijack of the protest against air pollution. They initially stated that they wanted to raise their voices against the rising air pollution and lowering air quality of Delhi, wherein AQI levels have reached. And after that, when the actual protest came forth, we saw that they were raising slogans in favor of slain Maoist leaders, and they were doing this pro-Maoist rally. So Delhi police, to prevent such activity, acted swiftly and started the arrests. And once they started arresting, they were after being arrested, they have been brought before a judicial magistrate at Patiala House Court, and 2 days judicial custody has been granted to all of the protesters.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. Meanwhile, viewers, what was projected as a protest against pollution in Delhi taken a dangerous turn. Protesters displayed posters and raised slogans glorifying Madhvi Hidma's India's deadliest Maoist commander. Now this group chose to salute a terror mastermind. This is a situation that's turned violent, with protesters attacking police using pepper spray. Hidma was responsible for at least 26 armed attacks against civilians and security forces. He also carried a 50 lakh bounty, was considered one of India's most deadly. And despite all this, the urban Naxals in the national capital, under the guise of pollution protest, raised slogans like "Kitne Hidma maroge?"
कि इंडिया गेट के ऊपर कुछ लोग जो मुखौटा लगाकर गए थे कि वो पर्यावरण प्रदूषण के संदर्भ में बड़े जागरूक हैं और वो इस पर प्रदर्शन करना चाहते हैं, और वहां पहुंचते ही उनके चेहरे पर से मुखौटा हट गया और अंदर का असली मुखौटा सामने आ गया, और वो मारे गए नक्सली कमांडर के पक्ष में आकर नारेबाजी करने लगे।
Meanwhile, when Republic confronted the protesters on their Hidma link, they remained completely silent. Listen to what they did not say to my colleague Soumya.
Can you please tell why were you raising slogans against a Maoist commander who is behind so many deaths, who's responsible for so many deaths? Can you please respond? Why were you raising slogans in favor? Can you please respond? On purpose, did you use the chili spray? Why were you sympathizing in favor of a Maoist commander? Can you please respond? Can you please tell why were you raising slogans against a Maoist commander who is behind so many deaths, who's responsible for so many deaths? Can you please respond? Why were you raising slogans in favor? Can you please respond? On purpose, did you use the chili spray? Why were you sympathizing in favor of a Maoist commander? Can you please respond?
Even more shocking, viewers, WhatsApp chats have revealed the dangerous link between GNU University allegedly and these recent Delhi pollution GAR protesters at India Gate. The protest, which was ostensibly against air pollution, which was not, it took a violent turn when the demonstrators raised slogans supporting the Maoist leader Madhvi Hidma. The BJP accused the protesters of being urban Naxals, linked them to the left-aligned unions of GNU. We spoke to ABVP students. Here's what they said.
ये जो कल प्रदर्शन के नाम पे ये लोग गए थे और इन्होंने नारा लगाया माडवी हिडमा अमर रहे, इनके जहाँ घर घर से जहाँ से भी हिडमा आप कितने हिडमा मारोगे हर घर से हिडमा निकलेगा, ऐसे देश विरोधी नारे लगाते हैं ये सारे। इसमें बहुत से ऐसे लोग थे जो देश विरोधी तत्व थे, जो और देश के खिलाफ बातें करते हैं। ये वहाँ पे जाते हैं पॉल्यूशन के खिलाफ धरना देने, लेकिन ये देश विरोधी तत्वों के लिए नारे लगाते हैं, बहुत ही गलत है।
कौन लोग थे अब जो करे ये लोग जाते हैं नारे लगाते हैं?
इसमें मोस्टली लोग देश विरोधी थे, इन द सेंस कि ये वहाँ पे गए थे किसी और चीज़ के लिए, लेकिन उसको दूसरे तरह से ये देश के खिलाफ दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सबसे पहले मैं आप लोग को बताना चाहूँगा कि ये और कोई नहीं है, ये अर्बन नक्सल्स है जिनके पेट में दर्द शुरू हो जाता है। और हिडमा के बारे में मैं आपको पूरा बताना चाहता हूँ आज कि 2010 में जब दंतेवाड़ा में हमारे 76 CRPF के जवान मारे जाते हैं, तब यहाँ पे ढोल नगाड़े बजाए जाते हैं, जेएनयू को बदनाम किया जाता है, जेएनयू की छवि को पूरी तरह से खराब किया जाता है। उसके बाद 2013 में जब जिमराम घाटी अटैक होता है, उसमें 27 पीपल किल्ड, समझ लीजिए 27 लोगों की मौत हो जाती है। उसमें कांग्रेस की भी लीडरशिप के कई लोगों को, सीनियर लीडरशिप की मौत हो जाती है। आज जो कांग्रेस, जिसको देश के मोदी जी के साथ आना चाहिए, जिसको राष्ट्र के साथ आना चाहिए और कदम से कदम मिला के नक्सलवाद की लड़ाई में सामने खड़े होना चाहिए, वो आज पीछे से जाके उनको बैकिंग दे रहा है। कितने शर्म की बात है कि जब देश विरोधी यहाँ नारे लग रहे हैं।
अर्बन जो नक्सल्स हैं ये एक हाथी की तरह, इनके खाने के दांत कुछ और होते हैं और दिखाने के कुछ और होते हैं। तो ये मतलब प्रोटेस्ट किसी और चीज़ के लिए करने जाएंगे और करेंगे वहाँ कुछ और। तो वैसे ही गए पॉल्यूशन के लिए और वहाँ जे हिडमा अमर रहे हिडमा जैसे नारे लगाते हैं, और उसके साथ साथ में जो पुलिस पर्सनल्स वहाँ सिक्योरिटी में तैनात थे उनकी आंखों में ब्लैक पेपर छिड़क के उनको हार्म करके और वो प्रोटेस्ट साइट पे आगे लीड करते रहे।
पॉल्यूशन को लेके जो अभी प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा था, प्रोटेस्ट करने का सबका अधिकार है, वो शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से प्रोटेस्ट करे तो अलग बात है, पर वहाँ पे जाके एक नक्सली के सपोर्ट में, नक्सल गतिविधि के सपोर्ट में जो नारे लगाए गए हैं वो बहुत ही गलत है। जिस तरीके से हिडमा जो मारा गया है, सबको पता है कि वो किस तरीके से उस पर 100 से ज़्यादा लोगों को, 100 से ज़्यादा CRPF जवानों को मारने का साजिश जो है वो रचा था, और उसकी जो मौत हुई है वो बहुत सबके लिए बहुत ही प्राउड की बात है। पूरे सेंट्रल आर्म्ड फोर्सेस और जो इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस है उनके लिए प्राउड की बात है। हम सभी भी यहाँ जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय में भी ABVP ने इसको सेलिब्रेट किया था, लेकिन जो यहाँ पे लेफ्टिस्ट है, जो वहाँ पे भी जो लोग गए हैं वो लोग भी वही लोग हैं, वो अर्बन नक्सल्स हैं जो यहाँ पे पढ़ाई करते हैं और वहाँ पे नक्सली गतिविधि को सपोर्ट करते हैं।
और कल जो माहौल बनाया गया था इंडिया गेट पे, वो प्रोटेस्ट को लेके था, प्रदूषण को लेके, लेकिन यहाँ के लेफ्टिस्ट लंपन द्वारा जो वहाँ पे हिडमा अमर रहे, हिडमा की शहादत दी गई, उनके लिए मोरल दिखाया गया, जो अपना इमोशन था इन लोगों का, ये काफ़ी निंदनीय चीज़ है। और गवर्नमेंट को बाहरी चीज़ों से ज़्यादा अंदर की चीज़ों पे ध्यान देना चाहिए। वो तो नक्सली गुंडे मतलब प्रॉपर नक्सली हैं, लेकिन ये
छात्र के रूप में असली नक्सली यहाँ भी पनप रहे हैं। और यहाँ पे जेएनयू के अंदर जो माहौल कल खराब कर रहे हैं उन
जेएनयू के बच्चे,
यस, जेएनयू के छात्र भी थे वहाँ और प्रोटेस्ट में शामिल हुए थे। उन्होंने ही हिडमा के हिडमा के सपोर्ट में नारे लगाए थे।
Meanwhile, the Congress party has questioned the encounter of Maoist Hidma. The TPCC president has also been heard giving controversial remarks.
Mr. Mahesh Kumar Gaul, sir, yesterday you attended a roundtable conference in Telangana condemning the Maoist attack that is taking place in Andhra Pradesh, where the Maoist leader Hidma was also killed. How are you, as a Congress party, you're condemning this particular encounter? How are you justifying something like killing, where Hidma is one of the most wanted criminals? So how are you justifying your take on this?
No, what I mean to say that when Hidma or any other prominent Naxalite leader wants to surrender their arms and get into public life, Government of India should give a chance to them. Without giving a chance, going on encountering people would give a wrong message. And in the past also we made the same request.
Sir, but it was clear that
Hidma, as per the news we are getting, Hidma wanted to surrender.
No,
a chance would have been given to Hidma.
No, sir, but the police, after the encounter, they had confirmed that Hidma moved from Chhattisgarh because there was intensified their action. So he moved to Andhra Pradesh to restart the Naxal movement here. The police had confirmed it in a PC. So how do you...
Police are confirming, but as per the reports getting from civil liberties and other organizations, Hidma is in no mood to start any further activity. He wanted to surrender what they are saying. When he wanted to surrender, a chance would have been given to Hidma. After all, it's all human beings should have a right to live.
But so when the police had confirming, and it was an open fire that started between armed forces and Hidma, which led to his encounter.
The police version is what you are saying, that is a police version. But what civil liberties and other left parties are saying, that it's not an encounter. They have several doubts over this encounter.
Now, INS Mahe is a cutting-edge anti-submarine warfare vessel commissioned by the Indian Navy today. This sleek and agile ship is the first of its class, designed and built by Cochin Shipyard Limited as part of India's Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. With its compact 78-meter frame, 1,100-ton displacement, INS Mahe boasts impressive speed, stealth, maneuverability, making it an invaluable asset for coastal defense and underwater surveillance. This is Torpedo, allowing it to effectively hunt submarines and secure India's vital maritime approaches.
We are on board INS Mahe. INS Mahe features over 80% of indigenous content, which is a really boost for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And INS Mahe has been built by Cochin Shipyard Limited, Kochi. There are lots of speciality in INS Mahe ship. Detect and neutralize hostile submarines operating close to India's coastline. INS Mahe undertake rapid response operations in confined or acoustically complex waters. It's strengthened maritime security and surveillance across critical coastal corridors. And its support peacetime roles such as search and rescue or humanitarian assistance. So this INS Mahe, a powerful symbol of India's growing maritime strength. This is INS Mahe.
There's more good news for India. Ayodhya's Ram Mandir structure is now complete. Fresh visuals have been put out by the Temple Trust. This comes as the holy city in Uttar Pradesh is preparing one of the most iconic moments in its modern history. On November 25th, Prime Minister Modi will hoist a saffron flag atop the 191-foot high spire of the newly built Ram Temple, a moment the Trust describes as spiritually historic and symbolically profound for millions of devotees across the world. Republic is in Ayodhya tracking the mood on ground. Watch this report.
राम मंदिर ध्वजारोहण कार्यक्रम समारोह की भव्य तैयारियां हो रही हैं और इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं राम मंदिर के बाहर, प्रांगण के बाहर की तस्वीरें जो है वो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं और शिखर की भी एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें जो है वो आप देख सकते हैं। बता दें 25 तारीख को इसी शिखर पर ध्वजारोहण जो है वो किया जाएगा और फिर उसके बाद आपको बता दें जो ध्वज जो है वो यहीं से फहराया जाएगा और तस्वीरें जो है वो इस वक्त आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए भव्य और खूबसूरत तस्वीरें हैं। एक तरफ आप देखेंगे राम मंदिर की वो तस्वीरें जहां पर 25 नवंबर को यहां पर ध्वजारोहण कार्यक्रम जो है वो किया जाएगा। बता दें कि इस बार जो ध्वज है वो तकनीक से लैस होकर बनाया है, यानी कि ध्वज तो होगा वहां पर लेकिन ध्वज पर आपको बता दें कि ओम का प्रतीक और साथ ही आपको बता दें कि सूर्य का चिन्ह भी जो है वो वहां पर मौजूद होगा, क्योंकि राम भगवान की बात करें तो जो श्री राम है वो सूर्यवंशी है, इसलिए आपको बता दें कि इस ध्वज पर जो है वो सूर्य का प्रतीक, ओम का प्रतीक जो है वो भी रहेगा। एक तरफ यहाँ पर आपको हम राम मंदिर की तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि राम मंदिर में यहाँ पर रामलला के दर्शन करने के लिए संख्या देखिए, भीड़ देखिए श्रद्धालुओं की जो यहाँ पर पहुंच रही है और तस्वीरें जो है वो आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं। ये राम मंदिर प्रांगण की तस्वीरें हैं जहाँ पर आप श्रद्धालु देख सकते हैं भारी संख्या में दर्शन करने के लिए जो है वो पहुंच रहे हैं और कई सारे श्रद्धालुओं को आप देखेंगे। और पीछे एक बार अगर हम आपको सुरक्षा के लिहाज से भी बताएं क्या कुछ इंतजाम है, सुरक्षा के लिहाज से अगर आप देखेंगे तो यहाँ पर हर जगह आपको फोर्स जो है वो तैनात नजर आएगी और ये प्रांगण की तस्वीरें जो है वो हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए किस तरीके से सुरक्षा का सख्त पहरा जो है वो रखा गया है। बराबर आप देखेंगे भीड़ को मैनेज करने के लिए, कंट्रोल करने के लिए यहाँ पर बाकायदा चेकिंग जो है वो भी की जा रही है। आइडेंटिटी कार्ड्स की भी आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर चेकिंग जो है वो की जा रही है।
दिव्य राम मंदिर, अलौकिक राम मंदिर का जो सूत्रधार वह निहत्थे राम भक्तों की सीना गोली से छलनी और लाखों लाखों हिंदुओं का प्राणों का आहुति देना, त्याग, तपस्या, संघर्ष, तब जाके आज दो ऐसे महापुरुषों का जन्म जिनके नेतृत्व में भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण और उस भव्य राम मंदिर में कल जिस प्रकार से देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी माननीय अभी कुछ ही पलों में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी महाराज पधारेंगे, माननीय मोहन भागवत जी के सानिध्य में संतों के आशीर्वाद से वहाँ पर भव्य मंदिर का जो निर्माण और भव्य मंदिर के निर्माण में वहाँ ध्वजा रोहण का कार्यक्रम और एक मान, एक स्वाभिमान, एक सम्मान, खोई हुई प्रतिष्ठा, लाखों लाखों राम भक्तों ने जो प्राणों की आहुति दिया, त्याग किया, तपस्या किया, संघर्ष किया, आज उन माताएं की गोद जिनकी सूनी हो गई थी गोलीकांड में, जिन्होंने अपने आप को राम मंदिर के लिए शहीद किया था, आज वह कोख धन्य हो जाएगा। वह दूध का कर्ज मोदी जी, योगी जी अदा कर दे रहे हैं।
Breaking news coming in now on Mehul Choksi's case. Attached properties of Choksi have been handed over to the liquidator on 21st of November, enabling the liquidator to proceed with monetization for the benefit of the victims, the secured creditors and other legitimate claimants. This is the big breaking news coming in. 4 apartments of Mehul Choksi have been handed over. This is ongoing ED's efforts for restitution and restoration of assets for every victim of Mehul Choksi to be getting back their rightful money. It's been handed over to the liquidator on 21st of November. Till now, movable and immovable properties located in Mumbai, Kolkata, Surat collectively having worth of 310 crore have been handed over to the liquidator of the Messrs Gitanjali Gems Limited. The investigation reveals Choksi connived, like we've been saying on Republic TV, with bank officials of Punjab National Bank during 2014 to 2017, fraudulently issued letters of undertaking in a wrongful loss of 6,900 97 crores. I want to go across to Shavan to give us more details, our senior editor. Shavan, this is a big breaking news as the ED is continuing its efforts for restitution for the victims.
Well, in fact, Rhythm, this is an ongoing process of the restitution as well as the restoration process. In fact, for those who have essentially asked this question, that what happens to those who have lost their money after investing in these very companies, and the fact that most of it had gone NPA. The answer is here that following the attachment that has been made so far, over 6,000 crore rupees worth of properties have already been attached by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, the process is ongoing. We are being told that so far, about 310 crore worth properties have already been handed back. These are the latest images of the 4 apartments belonging to Mehul Choksi, which is also once again been handed back to the liquidators of Gitanjali Private Limited, remember, a company that was owned by Mehul Choksi. So this is an answer to those who have essentially questioned that as to what really happens about the money that has been lost and whether at all the investigative agencies have been able to get back the money that was lost.
Thank you, Shavan, for giving us those details. We're going to be closely looking at that and also how soon we can get his extradition. Meanwhile, coming up after a short break, amid speculation over leadership change in Karnataka government, 7 pro-DK Shivakumar MLAs hold meetings in the capital. And it's a Republic super exclusive. For the first time ever, the 16-year-old boy in Kerala was forced to watch ISIS video, admits the same on Republic cameras.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded.
Hi, I'm Rhythm Desai, Morgan Stanley India's Managing Director.
and I'm looking forward to being at the India Economic Summit hosted by Republic Business at their headquarters in Noida on November 28, 2025.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching 6 Stories at 6, the Monday edition. With me, Rakshita Mishra, viewers. The top story that we are going to track for you on 6 Stories at 6 is how the pro-Maoist protesters in the garb of anti-pollution protesters were witnessed in the national capital. Pepper spray, chili spray used against cops, and a JNU link is now emerging as they raised the pro-Hidma slogans, the dreaded Maoist terrorist who has been gunned down last week. Also on the show, the story number 2 on 6 Stories at 6, the warning by Rajnath Singh on the Sindh province, and that has rattled very much obviously and clearly. Pakistan will tell you the reactions also that are coming in on that story. Story number 3 is the terror biting Pakistan, the blast, the suicide attack in Peshawar's paramilitary headquarters, and It has resulted in the death of at least 3. Also, story number 4, we can quickly go the roundup. Story number 4 is the silent hunter in the seas. INS Mahe commissioned in the Indian Navy. And story number 5 is decoding new labor laws that have been introduced. How do they affect you? We'll tell you that. And finally, farewell to legendary actor Dharmendra, the original He-Man, the man with the golden heart. Let's start with what happened in the national capital, viewers. The national capital on Sunday had witnessed a youth protest against pollution. Now, it was supposed to be a protest on pollution, but on the worsening AQI, but it soon turned into something else, and then it resulted in violence. Posters featured Maoist Madhvi Hidma. They were on full display, and slogans raised on him, for him. Police personnel were attacked by these protesters with chili spray, and today a JNU link has emerged to this protest. What exactly happened at the India Gate on Sunday, right in the heart of the capital city? We'll tell you in this report.
This was supposed to be a protest regarding pollution in the national capital. But few minutes into the protest, the real motive was out. Look close. The poster reads, "From Birsa to Munda to Madhvi Hidma, the struggle will go on." The sketch you see on the posters of the man who was NIA's most wanted criminal. The dreaded Maoist was responsible for at least 26 attacks on innocent civilians and police forces. The Kartavya Path with the Amar Jawan Jyoti for soldiers killed in action on Sunday echoed with slogans in favor of a Maoist terrorist who had claimed many innocent lives.
इसका भी अन्वेषण जारी है और अन्वेषण में इसमें गहनता से जांच की जा रही है और निश्चित ही इसमें कठोर कार्रवाई की जाएगी और इसमें जो पुलिस के खिलाफ बल प्रयोग करना, रोड जाम करना, स्प्रे का चिल्ली स्प्रे का यूज़ करना, इन तमाम धाराओं के अंदर एफआईआर रजिस्टर की गई।
सर, क्या प्रोटेस्ट के दौरान उन्होंने हिडमा नक्सलवादी से जुड़े पोस्टर इस्तेमाल किए थे?
हाँ, ऐसा पाया गया है और इसकी जांच कर रहे हैं।
The protesters at the India Gate even attacked the police personnel. Sources from the Delhi police indicate that when the protesters tried to block the road, the police tried to contain them. However, the protesters then attacked the police using pepper spray, suggesting that they had come well trained against the police. While the identification of protesters continue, a worrying link, a JNU link to the protest has emerged. Earlier in the day, Republic accessed group chats of JNU students. Here's what our reporters found. The two posters on screen, one by PSA and the other by Disha, both student organizations calling students for action against worsening AQI. But was it ever about AQI? And if it was, why did the protesters chant slogans about Hidma? Why did a sympathy for Maoism surface on the Kartavya Path? In this pathetic trail of sympathy towards Maoists, the Congress party is not behind. Here's what the Congress party's chief in Telangana said, openly sympathizing with Maoists.
Mr. Mahesh Kumar Gaul, sir, yesterday you attended a roundtable conference in Telangana condemning the Maoist attack that is taking place in Andhra Pradesh, where the Maoist leader Hidma was also killed. How are you, as a Congress party, you're condemning this particular encounter? How are you justifying something like killing, where Hidma is one of the most wanted criminals? So how are you justifying your take on this?
No, what I mean to say that when Hidma or any other prominent Naxalite leader wants to surrender their arms and get into public life, Government of India should give a chance to them. Without giving a chance, going on encountering people would give a wrong message. And in the past also we made the same request.
The urban Naxals have been unmasked. Why the sympathy with Maoists in the name of AQI? Who trained the protesters to carry pepper spray against the police? And an extremely worrying question, Who is brainwashing these protesters?
And on to the big statement that was made by Rajnath Singh addressing a Sindhi Sammelan in the national capital. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh sent out a strong message to the neighbour across the border. Citing the civilizational reference, Rajnath Singh said that borders can change and who knows, Sindh may return tomorrow to India. It's a statement that has sent Pakistan into panic mode. Here's more.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Sunday gave a cryptic yet a clear statement while addressing a Sindhi gathering in the national capital. A statement that has sent Pakistan in panic. Here's what the Defence Minister said.
आज सिंध की भूमि मेरे बहनों भाइयों यह भारत का हिस्सा भले ही न हो लेकिन सभ्यतागत रूप से सिंध हमेशा भारत का हिस्सा रहेगा और जहां तक जमीन की बात है तो बॉर्डर्स तो बदल सकते हैं क्या पता कल को सिंध भारत में फिर से वापस आ जाए.
The Defence Minister's remarks carry an unusual diplomatic weight amid continued border sensitivity with Pakistan and point towards the history of partition and bloodshed, and before that, a history of gradual but planned expansion of Islam in the Sindhu region, initially a land of Hindus and Buddhists. While referring to former Home Minister L.K. Advani, who was himself born in Sindh, and after his clear messaging, the rattled neighbour put out a panicked response. Pakistan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs called these statements delusional and expansionist. But what Pakistan is unaware of is its own people's sentiments. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh in September had also made a statement regarding Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, stating that India will get back POK without any aggressive attack as the people themselves have been demanding freedom from the forced occupiers.
And the Federal Constabulary Headquarters in Peshawar, a federal paramilitary force of Pakistan under the control of the Interior Secretary of the country, which operates overall Pakistan after 2025 ordinance, came under a big attack, suicide terror attack. And police say that 3 suicide bombers targeted the compound, triggering a heavy exchange of fire. All 3 attackers were killed, but not before 3 personnel were also killed. CCTV footage from the incident has emerged. Here's more.
The Federal Constabulary Headquarters in Pakistan's Peshawar turned into a battleground on November 24th around 8 a.m. after a group of suicide attackers targeted the compound. CCTV footage from the compound has emerged showing the explosion in the area. Police say the assault began with a suicide bomber blowing himself up at the main gate of the FC headquarters. According to Peshawar CCPO Dr. Mia Saeed, FC personnel immediately took positions and engaged the militants. The attack came at a tragic cost, with 3 FC personnel were killed while safeguarding the compound. Hospital sources confirmed that at least 5 people, including 2 FC personnel, were injured and shifted for medical treatment. The Saddar area around the FC headquarters was quickly sealed off, with traffic diverted and a full search operation also launched. Deputy Commandant Javed Iqbal confirmed that a comprehensive investigation is underway, with officials examining the CCTV footage to trace the attackers' movements. A new 186-page IMF report has flagged serious concerns about Pakistan's governance, saying corruption has become deeply rooted in the system. The report clearly shows that corruption is hurting the country's economy, weakening institutions, and pushing away both local and foreign investors.
A major development for the Indian Navy. INS Mahe, the very first of its new Mahe-class anti-submarine warfare fleet, has been commissioned today, and the huge ceremony took place. The important ceremony took place at the Naval Dockyard in Mumbai, and it was hosted by Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, the flag officer commanding-in-chief of the Western Naval Command, and presided over by none other than the Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi. INS Mahe marks an important step in boosting India's coastal security, especially when it comes to detecting and countering the submarines in shallow waters. In fact, Republic TV also was on board the INS Mahe, giving you a closer look. Here's more.
India's naval renaissance has taken a decisive leap forward with the commissioning of INS Mahe, the first vessel of the Mahe-class anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft. The commissioning ceremony was hosted by Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command, and presided over Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi. INS Mahe marks the arrival of a new generation of indigenous shallow water combatants that are sleek, swift, and resolutely Indian.
Target Alpha, bearing 050.
Facilitate power launch. OW, full head engines.
प्रचंड युद्ध की बारी है।
A vessel that embodies Atmanirbhar Bharat, a symbol of India's unshakable resolve to master its own maritime destiny.
It's a huge boost for Atmanirbhar Bharat also. This is over 80% in indigenous content, I think. So tell more about it.
So talking about the indigenized component on board the warship. So if we talk about the weapons section is from the starting is the indigenous rocket launcher, which has been made by the Larsen and Toubro. And if we come behind is the SRCG gun mounts for neutralizing the surface and the aerial threats. If we go behind is a TTL, the triple tube launcher, which has been made by the Mahindra Defence. Also, if you can see on my aft side, this is the ATDS decoy launcher, which is used for seducing the torpedo away from the ship. That is the same launcher. There are two launchers which have been provided in case any adversary submarine tries to fire a torpedo onto us. This will automatically deploy the decoys, and because of that, the ship will remain safe and the torpedo will be home on to the decoys.
The commander Amit Chandra Chaube also shed some light on the history of the ship.
What is the history behind INS Mahe?
So we had a ship which was earlier serving the nation from 1983 to 2006 and was named as INS Mahe. She was an inland minesweeper. We are the proud recipients of the legacy which they had been there, and will be carrying forward the legacy of erstwhile INS Mahe in the future.
INS Mahe's crest features an urumi, a flexible sword from Kalaripayattu, symbolizing agility, precision, and lethal grace, three qualities that define INS Mahe's operational ethos.
From 130 vessels in 2020 to 145 today, and a targeted surge to over 200 by 2035. At a pace of one new ship every 40 days, Indian Navy has the fastest commissioning rate in the world. This isn't just fleet expansion, it's a maritime revolution.
INS Mahe isn't just a warship. She's a declaration that India relies on no one to guard its seas and shores. Because now in the open waters, INS Mahe sails for India's maritime future, resplendent, self-reliant, unbreakable.
India's new labour codes bring in significant changes for the employees, aiming to improve working conditions and benefits. In fact, key highlights include a national minimum wage that covers all workers, reduced gratuity eligibility period from 5 years to 1 year for fixed-term employees, and mandatory free annual health checkups for workers above 40 years. In fact, there are multiple rules that have been introduced that bring in changes for different work fields as well. Here's a detailed report.
India's workforce is getting a major upgrade. Effective from the 21st of November, the new labour codes are here to make jobs fairer, safer and more flexible. From high wages to work-from-home perks, these 12 changes empower over 50 crore employees. All employees, regardless of the employment sector, organised or unorganised, or wage ceiling, now have a statutory right to minimum wages. For the first time, gig and platform workers are included in the ambit of social security, with aggregators required to contribute a percentage of their annual turnover to a dedicated fund for benefits like life and disability cover and health benefits. The eligibility period for gratuity for fixed-term employees has been reduced from 5 years of continuous service to just 1 year. Employees working beyond normal working hours must be compensated at a rate of at least twice their normal wage rate.
Dharmendra passed away today, breathing his last at the age of 89. We take you through his journey and what happened today.
Veteran Bollywood actor Dharmendra passed away today in Mumbai at the age of 89 due to prolonged illness. Condolences poured in from across the spectrum, including Bollywood, political leaders and his fans across the nation and even globally.
मौका दिया मुकद्दर ने, दिल दिमाग एक हुए, नेकी भी साथ हुई, मेहनत और मशक्क़त के मंजिलें तय होती गईं और हम सरखरू हुए.
Dharmendra, who was affectionately known as Bollywood's He-Man, was one of the most iconic and enduring figures in Indian cinema. His health deteriorated today morning once again after he was earlier discharged from hospital the previous week. His journey from being a small-town Punjab boy to a celebrated superstar epitomizes hard work, versatility and charisma. Dharmendra Singh Deol was born on the 8th of December in 1935 in a village in Ludhiana, in a traditional Jat Sikh family. He initially attended the government senior secondary school in Lalton Kalan and then went to Ramgarhia College in Phagwara for his intermediate studies. His education finished at standard 12th, but Dharmendra's resolve and passion for acting ushered in what was to become a legendary film career.
उनके नाम जो नहीं जानते कितना दम है मुझ में.
His debut movie, Dil Bhi Tera Hum Bhi Tere, was in 1960, But the 1966 blockbuster film Phool Aur Patthar brought about the leading man with a distinct screen presence. In Ramesh Sippy's Sholay, released in 1975, he shared screen space with Amitabh Bachchan, Sanjeev Kumar and Amjad Khan and is still remembered for his imitable portrayal of Veeru. Dharmendra was initially known as a romantic actor, but due to his imposing height and his versatility, he became the perfect choice to fill action-oriented roles. The films such as Mera Gaon Mera Desh in 1971, Rakhwala in 1971 and Jugnu in 1973 revealed his capability to take domination of the silver screen through his brash energy. In the early 70s, Dharmendra became the first Indian actor to be voted among the most handsome men in the world. Through the 70s and 80s, Dharmendra worked with some of the biggest names in Bollywood such as Bimal Roy, Yash Chopra, Raj Khosla, Ramesh Sippy and Rajkumar Santosh. His commercial hits in 1990s include Veeru Dada, Nakabandi, Farishte, Tehelka, Kshatriya, Maidane-Jang and Dharma Karma. His best romantic pairing was with actor Asha Parekh, with whom he had 5 hits: Shikhar, Aaya Sawan Jhoom Ke, Aaye Din Bahar Ke, Samadhi and Mera Gaon Mera Desh. His next best pairing was with Hema Malini, with whom he did 35 films, of them 31 had them as a leading romantic pair and Dharam Hema had 20 hits and 15 flops. Dharmendra and Hema Malini married in 1980 and they have 2 children together, Isha and Ahana, and he has 2 sons, Sunny Deol and Bobby Deol, from his previous marriage to Prakash Kaur. In 1983, Dharmendra diversified into production and launched his elder son, Sunny, in Betab, which was produced by his banner Vijayata Films and went on to become a huge hit. In 1990, he produced Ghayal starring Sunny Deol in the lead. The film was the second biggest hit of the year and won 7 Filmfare Awards, including Best Film and the coveted National Film Award for Best Popular Film, providing wholesome entertainment. Dharmendra will remain as an iconic hero whose impacts far outweigh movies, as he has won prestigious awards, accolades and had a huge net worth. Meanwhile, fans will be able to witness his charm and acting yet again on the silver screen, as the veteran actor will be seen playing the role of the father of a 21-year-old Arun Khetarpal, played by Agastya Nanda, in the highly anticipated movie titled Ikkis. India remembers Dharmendra.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan's recent military and security developments.
In turn, the United States supplies Taiwan with arms like Patriot missiles and F-16 jets, offering security commitments without formal recognition. Allies, such as Japan, provide indirect support through joint exercises and intelligence sharing. Japan's warning stems from its proximity and vulnerabilities. The Taiwan Strait lies just 70 miles from Japan's southern islands, serving as a vital choke point for global trade. An estimated $5 trillion in goods pass through annually, including oil, electronics, and raw materials. Japan-Taiwan bilateral trade hit $72.3 billion in 2024, with Japan exporting
air pollution banner, pro-Maoist posters. Urban Naxal toolkit, pepper spray and Maoist chants. Pro-Maoist mobilization in the name of air pollution, debating tonight at 8 p.m. LOP Rahul missing from swearing-in of new CJI. BJP questions, why is Congress disrespecting Constitution? Why there can be no room for absentee LOP? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m. Lobby begins cover fire for Al-Falah University. Republic exposes radicalization case from Kerala. Islamist radicalization biggest internal security threat, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Legendary Bollywood actor Dharmendra passes away at age 89 after prolonged illness. GNU link emerges in the India Gate Maoist protest case. Chat access reveal how call for protest was made directly by GNU students wing. Congress sparks more controversy, questions encounter of top Maoist commander Madhvi Hidma. Amid speculation over leadership change in Karnataka government, 7 pro-DK Sivakumar MLAs hold meetings in New Delhi. Indian Navy commissions INS Mahe, first vessel of Mahe class anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft at Naval Dockyard in Mumbai. It's a super exclusive from Republic TV yet again. For the first time ever, the 16-year-old boy in Kerala who was forced to watch ISIS videos admits he was radicalized. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Ridu. Our top focus is going to be the Dharamstala mass burial case. Breaking news coming in. Accused Chinaya masked man has been granted bail. I want to go across to my colleague Abhishek, who's joining us. The Dakshina Kannada District Sessions Court has approved the bail with 12 conditions, including execution of 1 lakh bond. Viewers, this is the big story that we're tracking right here. Because remember, when everybody was tracking him and speaking to him as if he was speaking the gospel, we were the only channel that was suspicious of the claims of this man. Let me go across to Abhishek to get more details. Abhishek, I was telling everybody when the Dharmsthala mass burial case had come up, we were the only channel who had questioned this man. Now the SIT files the 3,900-page charge sheet against 6 people. There was false evidence. This masked man now gets bail. Give us more details.
It was the whistleblower who is also known as Chinaya, who made a claim that he had buried over hundreds of bodies in the last 3 to 4 decades in and around Dharmasthala river Netravati, which is in Dharmasthala. He had also mentioned all these bodies were brutally raped and murdered, and these were the bodies which he had buried in the Dharmasthala. And he also claimed that one of the most influential families of Dharmasthala was involved in all these murders, rapes and burials. At this point of time, when the Karnataka state government formed a special investigation team headed by Pranav Mohanty, Dayama and various other eminent officers, they conducted the inquiry for more than 30 to 45 days. They made sure that they dug all the places where Chinaya showed it might have been summed up to 17 to 18 places, where only 2 places were found where skeletal remains of 2 male persons were found, and the 2, it wasn't quite as old as Chinaya had claimed to be. At this point of time, he has been granted bail by the Dakshina Kannada court, giving some of the conditions and some of the bond which will have to be borne by him. And also, this frees him from getting out of the jail. This also has given him some immunity. But the point is, if he is out on bail, he had mentioned that the influential family might go to any extent kill him or his family members. What will be his point of view now after claiming bail, after claiming against the family of Dharmasthala? So this question will have to be answered. Will police also give him protection now? Is the point which we will have to wait for as of now. And then we will also have to see how the political leaders approach him. How will the advocates go about talking with Chinaya? And how will the entire community, people in and around Dharmasthala, treat Chinaya? So these are some questions which arise after Chinaya got bail. And also, was there any pressure on the legal system as well to grant bail to Chinaya? Is one of the issues what has to be addressed as of now. But we will have to see what Chinaya will have to say after getting out of the jail. What Chinaya, if Chinaya is going to make any new claims, if Chinaya is going to go against the team which was behind him, which also supported him to make claims against Dharmasthala. So these are some of the questions which will have to be answered by Chinaya in the next couple of days. Rhythm.
All right, thank you, Abhishek, for giving us those details. Viewers, the top focus on radicalization, the story that was broken right here on Republic TV involving the 16-year-old boy who triggered which has started a major investigation in Kerala. Republic had been investigating every aspect of the story about the 16-year-old boy who had been radicalized to join the ISIS. For the first time since the story broke, the 16-year-old boy who was forced to consume radical content has spoken out. This is a Republic TV super exclusive.
My dear boy, I don't want to name you, or I don't want to tell your age or any identities. I don't want to reveal any of your identities to anyone. I just want the truth to be out. I just want to ask you what had actually happened. What the Ansar Aslam did to you. Did he show you some videos, or how was he harassing you? How was he asking you to join IS? What was he doing? Could you please explain what happened?
He ruined my life, my family, everything.
He ruined your life?
Yeah, my family, everything.
My dear boy, no one can ruin your life. We are with you. We are here to support you. You are not going to lose your life. You will study, and you will show them that what you can do. You will study well. You will attain a good job. You will show them how you have succeeded in your life. So forget what they have done. Please tell the world that what were they doing you, what videos they showed to you. What videos?
Ansar show me ISIS contents. And my mom is innocent. My mom is innocent. My mom is innocent. Ansar is just manipulating her. My mom is always, I love her. I want to get my mom back. I want my mom back.
So you still like your mother? So you still love your mother?
Yeah, I do.
But your mother loves you?
I don't know. I think she loves me.
If she loves you, then why was she doing all these things to you?
Probably trying to protect herself.
Protecting herself from whom?
Probably Ansar, I think.
Ansar threatened your wife? Threatened your mother?
I don't know, but I know my mom loves me and I love her back.
You say your mother is a good woman, and she was threatened by Ansar Aslam and Siddiqui Aslam, right? So they threatened her, and it was as per their direction. She wanted you to be in his IS. Is it so?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. So what do you want to tell your mother now? She may see you in TV. What do you want to tell her?
I love her, and I'm not gonna. I really don't want to hurt her.
You like her relationship with Ansar Aslam?
No.
What she want to come back? You want her to come back?
Yeah.
Okay. So you read the letter written by her. How do you respond to that?
I'm really sorry.
I want to go across to Ansar, who did that interview. Ansar, first I want to congratulate you. You were deeply empathetic, very dignified, and this was truly a moving moment when he started crying and saying, they have ruined my life. What are the key aspects that you were picking up, Sankar, when you were speaking to him, when he says that he is in agony?
We are standing right in front of the house of the 16. We are standing right in front of the house of the 16-year-old boy who was forced to join IS by his mother and stepfather. Everything is evident in the visuals. As the visual speaks far more better than any other words or any other explanation. The boy was crying with us. The boy was bursting out into tears, stating that he was shown several videos of IS and compelled him to move to Syria to meet several IS leaders, and she was crying when he was stating that my mother was innocent. She was radicalized by Ansar Aslam, the stepfather, who is the second accused in the case. And the mother and the boy says he wants a mother to be back, and it was after meeting Ansar Aslam and Siddiqui Aslam, the radicalized pupil, who converted his mother into a radicalized person. So he wants her to come back, and he was crying throughout the video which was shown just now. So now the all eyes are on the probe team, like.
Yes, and Sankar, I congratulate you once again on a very dignified interview that you did. The bigger picture is always going to be Siddiqui is the person who has been named as one of the masterminds of the by the NI in the 2016 attacks in Tamil Nadu and in Kerala. His brother Ansar is the person who has been married to this young boy's mother as her second husband. This is a big focus right here on Republic TV because we are giving you the bigger mask of radicalization that is continuing unspoken in the country, but we here at Republic TV are blowing the lid off it. Thank you, Sankar, for giving us that. Viewers, the other top focus, Afghanistan's acting Minister of Commerce and Industry, Nuruddin Azizi, has been in India. He made significant pitch for reviving trade relations within India. In the recent press briefing, he emphasized the historical and economic importance of Indo-Afghan trade ties and called for renewed cooperation, particularly in sectors like agriculture, pharmaceutical and energy. We spoke to him earlier today. Listen into what he said.
जो हमने जो कमिटमेंट किया, हमने अपने एक प्रोग्राम बनाया था कि हम इंडिया में आएंगे और ट्रेड और ट्रांजिट और इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए, इसके तौसीए के लिए, इसके बढ़ाने के लिए हमने इंशाल्लाह बातचीत करेंगे। जिस तरह हमने बातचीत किया और जिस तरह इसको हमारे बीच में कमिटमेंट हुआ, ये सारे मसाइल अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हल हो गए। और जो वज़ीर साहब मोहतरम तजारत के साथ जो हमने बात किया, जो हम बात कर रहे थे उसको एयर कॉरिडोर के लिए सब उन्होंने ऑर्डर किया, रिस्ट्रिक्शन किया सबको कि इसका एक्सपेंसेस वगैरह कम करे। और हमारे तरफ से जो इकोनॉमिक कमीशन है वो पहले से इसको रिड्यूस किए है।
The 19th edition of exercise Surya Kiran, a bilateral military exercise between the Indian Army and the Nepali Army, is set to take place from 25th to December 8th, 2025 in Pittorgarh, Uttarakhand. Look at the highlights.
Air pollution banner, pro-Maoist posters. Urban Naxal toolkit, pepper spray and Maoist chants. Pro-Maoist mobilization in the name of air pollution, debating tonight at 8 p.m.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का, उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir to uncover how this white-collar network expanded under the guise of faith and medicine.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect.
LOP Rahul missing from swearing-in of new CJI. BJP questions, why is Congress disrespecting Constitution? Why there can be no room for absentee LOP? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
QSMT achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आरबीआर मसाला
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध MDH गरम मसाला
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights over the island, while June exercises involved over 70 aircraft, including J-16 fighters and unmanned drones, crossing the median line of the Taiwan Strait. Naval operations have featured Type 052D destroyers and Type 054A frigates patrolling the waters. Beijing frames these as defensive drills to deter independence moves.
Japan claims to be a peace-loving nation, yet the Takaichi administration has made vague and ambiguous remarks. China is seriously concerned about Japan's recent military and security developments.
In turn, the United States supplies Taiwan with arms like Patriot missiles and F-16 jets, offering security commitments without formal recognition. Allies, such as Japan, provide indirect support through joint exercises and intelligence sharing. Japan's warning stems from its proximity and vulnerabilities. The Taiwan Strait lies just 70 miles from Japan's southern islands, serving as a vital choke point for global trade. An estimated $5 trillion in goods pass through annually, including oil, electronics, and raw materials. Japan-Taiwan bilateral trade hit $72.3 billion in 2024.
Hi, I'm Deepak Jayaraman, and I'm excited to be part of the India Economic Summit hosted by Republic Business on the 28th of November 2025 at the Republic headquarters in Noida. Look forward to seeing you there.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested. They would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today, we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir to uncover how this white-collar network expanded under the guise of faith and medicine.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive with me, Shaban. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, I come to you with two in-depth Republic investigation. First, the story of a 16-year-old boy who has finally broken his silence. What you see behind me are just a glimpse of what he's actually told us. A 16-year-old boy who was allegedly radicalized by his own family members. For the first time ever, he has spoken about how attempts were being made to radicalize him and send him to Syria. That's our first big story that we are getting to you tonight. And the other, a couple who has now been stranded in Cameroon. And what exactly is the condition of this couple and why they are making a desperate appeal. Tonight, the couple comes live on This Is Exclusive. Let me now take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. It's a Republic Super Exclusive for the first time ever. The 16-year-old boy in Kerala who was forced to watch ISIS videos admits the same on Republic cameras. Indian couple and infant stranded in Cameroon for months after being harassed by former employer. Appeals made to Government of India for immediate rescue. Delhi police makes big allegation against India Gate. Protesters say they came fully equipped to target police and raise pro-Maoist slogans. Indian Navy commissions INS Mahe, first vessel of the Mahe class anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft at a naval dockyard in Mumbai. It's the story of a 16-year-old boy who was living with his mother and her live-in partner in the United Kingdom. It turned out to be an ordeal task, the ordeal essentially being that while he was staying with his family members, he was being forced to watch some videos, and it turns out that these are ISIS propaganda videos. Not just that, his mother's live-in partner actually forced him to go to Syria. And this is a complaint that has now been filed by the boy after he came back to India and is currently in the state of Kerala. The matter is now being investigated by the Kerala ATS. What you see here are just excerpts of what we are putting out today. The interview that has been given by the 16-year-old boy, where he basically narrates the ordeal that he has had to go through. A young boy watching videos of beheadings, battlefield executions, and also sermons calling for jihad. Tonight, his testimony is just an eye-opener. And before we bring you that super exclusive, here's what the investigation that has been carried out so far, what is it like, and what is it that they are attempting at. A story of radicalization being uncovered in Kerala. A UK-based woman and her live-in partner have been booked by the state police under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act for allegedly attempting to indoctrinate her 16-year-old son to join the banned terrorist group ISIS. For the first time since the story was reported, the radicalized teen breaks his silence in this conversation with Republic's Shankar. A confession by a minor who admits he was forced to watch videos on radicalization.
This is information came to our notice. The boy and his uncle came to the police station saying that they narrated the incident what happened. This boy was pursuing his studies in London along with the family there. There he told that he was forced or he was radicalized. The probe is in the initial stages. They just came out of the complaint. We are verifying the details. We are conducting the investigation is on actually. Police, Kerala police takes note of all these instances properly, and investigation is also being done in an appropriate manner here. This is a matter, yes, the boy himself came up with the allegations. We are taking note of this person there and verifying all the details concerned, and we have a proper system of investigating these things.
The radicalized teen admits the role of his stepfather, adding that his mother was threatened. Last week, as Republic reported the story, the mother of the teen shared this handwritten letter with Republic TV, blaming her husband, but her version now contradicts what her own son has claimed.
The boy told to the Republic TV that the boy told the Republic TV that the mother Fida was very innocent, and she was threatened by Ansar Islam, and it was to protect her. It was to protect herself. She forced the boy to join IS. The boy said he loves his mother too much, and he wants her back. He wanted her to be freed from the grip of this radicalized people, the Ansar Islam and Siddiqui Aslam.
Republic, in the course of the investigation, also tracked family of Fida, the radicalized boy's mother, who again detailed out the radicalization.
She was offering this house to stay here for free for us.
Okay.
And we are staying here about 2 years. And actually we don't know what she is doing in other countries. She worked in several countries like Saudi and UK. While she was in UK, she gave an offer, just keep the house clean, we don't have to pay any rent to them. And then we moved here. We are staying here about 2 years.
Every on-record version from Kerala points at the undisputed fact that radicalization happened. Will those promoting rampant radicalization face action? For the first time on television, the 16-year-old boy from Kerala who was systematically brainwashed, beaten, locked up and almost shipped off to Syria as an ISIS child soldier, none other than his own mother and stepfather, opens up for the first time about his ordeal. He faces trauma, but his words could not be more clear. Yes, I was radicalized. In this never-before-seen confession, the boy names his stepfather on camera, who controlled the family like a puppet master, reveals how his mother herself was threatened into becoming the recruiter of her own son, and narrates minute by minute how exactly he had to go through all of this while he was living with them. Take a look at this report.
My dear boy, I don't want to name you, or I don't want to tell your age or any identities. I don't want to reveal any of your identities to anyone. I just want the truth to be out. I just want to ask you what had actually happened. What the Ansar Islam did to you. Did he show you some videos, or how was he harassing you? How was he asking you to join IS? What was he doing? Could you please explain what happened?
He ruined my life, my family, everything.
He ruined your life?
Yeah, my family, everything.
My dear boy, no one can ruin your life. We are with you. We are here to support you. You are not going to lose your life. You will study, and you will show them that what you can do. You will study well. You will attain a good job. You will show them how you have succeeded in your life. So forget what they have done. Please tell the world that what were they doing you, what videos they showed to you. What videos?
And sir show me ISIS contents. And my mom is innocent. My mom is innocent. My mom is innocent. And sir is just manipulating her. My mom is always, I love her. I want to get my mom back. I want my mom back.
So you still like your mother? So you still love your mother?
Yeah, I do.
But your mother loves you?
I don't know. I think she loves me.
If she loves you, then why was she doing all these things to you?
Probably trying to protect herself.
Protecting herself from whom?
Probably Answer, I think.
Answer threatened your wife? Threatened your mother?
I don't know, but I know my mom loves me and I love her back.
You say your mother is a good woman and she was threatened by Ansar Aslam and Siddiqui Aslam, right? So they threatened her and it was as per their direction. She wanted you to be in his IS. Is it so?
Yeah, I think.
So what do you want to tell your mother now? She may see you in TV. What do you want to tell her?
I love her and I'm not gonna. I really don't want to hurt her.
You like her relationship with Ansar Aslam?
No.
What she want? She want to come back? You want her to come back?
Yeah.
Okay. So you read the letter written by her. How do you respond to that?
I'm really sorry.
Getting us the 16-year-old boy's testimony is my colleague Shankar, who has been on the story for the last 4 days trying to track down the family members. Shankar, congratulations to you. You've been able to tell the entire nation the story of this 16-year-old boy. I want to ask you, in terms of the investigation that has been carried out so far, what is it that you're picking up from the Kerala police as well as the National Investigation Agency?
Yes, soon after the issue came to light, the Venyaramud police registered a case under relevant sections of UAPA and the probe was going on. It was in the meantime, the officials of ATS and the NIA came in and they also held a parallel preliminary investigation. It was while doing the investigation, now the state police chief took a decision to hand over the probe completely to ATS, Anti-Terrorism Squad. An order has been prepared in this regard and AGP signed in that order and it will be officially handed over to ATS on Wednesday. Once it is handed over to ATS officials will begin officially the probe into the case. Now everything is clear. In an exclusive interview with the Republic TV, the boy has depicted the kinds of ordeals he faced when he was staying with the accused, the mother Fida and the stepfather Ansar Aslam. They were torturing him and forcing him to join IS, right. And even he was compelled to move to Syria to join the IS team. Now all eyes are on the probe team, how they are going to crack down the case. We are waiting for that.
Right. Thank you very much, Shankar, for getting us the latest details. A story that we'll be tracking very closely, an in-depth investigation that has now been carried out. Ladies and gentlemen, a young Indian father from Agra, chasing the promise of a better life abroad, takes his wife and their daughter for what should have been a fresh start in Cameroon, only to find themselves trapped in a nightmare of exploitation, fear and desperation. Their passports seized by a ruthless employer, their pleas for mercy met with threats and harassment. And now with no money, no documents, they're begging the Indian government to rescue them before it's too late. This is the story of Dheeraj Jain, a loyal employee of 12 years with a tour company, who says he was lured to Africa's Cameroon under false pretenses. Now, his contract has expired, but when he tried to leave, the shadowy figures tied to his bosses snatched their passports, locked them in, and unleashed a barrage of intimidation. This evening, they join me live to tell the world their entire story. Dheeraj Jain and his wife joining us on this broadcast. Dheeraj, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपकी धर्मपत्नी सुप्रिया भी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं. आपसे पहले आप दोनों से मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि आखिरकार हुआ क्या. ये कहा जा रहा था कि एक रॉबरी का मामला था जिसमें केस दर्ज किया गया है, उसके बाद आप लोग को रोक दिया गया. आपसे आपकी पूरी कहानी मैं सुनना चाहूँगा कि आखिरकार आप लोग कितने दिन से कैमरून में हैं?
सर, मेरा नाम धीरज जैन है. मैं यहाँ सदगुरु टूर एंड ट्रैवल सर्विसेज में काम करता हूँ, जो एक ट्रैवल इंडस्ट्री में है. मैं प्रेजेंटली कैमरून में हूँ. सर, हमको हमारी कंपनी वालों ने ज़बरदस्ती हमारा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट खत्म होने के बाद भी यहाँ पर बंदी बना के रखा हुआ है, रोक लिया गया है, इंडिया नहीं जाने दे रहे, हमारा पासपोर्ट छीन लिया है. मेरे ऊपर इतने फेक एलिगेशन लगाकर इन लोगों ने मुझे रोका है और 1 महीने से ऊपर हो गया सर. 22 तारीख के बाद से इन्होंने हमें हमारे खाने तक के पैसे, हमारे बच्ची का दूध, पानी, बिजली, ये सब बंद कर दिया था. वो तो यहाँ के लोकल जो जिन जिन लोगों को मैं जानता हूँ वो लोग थोड़ी थोड़ी मेरी हेल्प कर रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से मैं सरवाइव कर रहा हूँ. मेरी आपसे हाथ जोड़ के रिक्वेस्ट है सर, हमारी मदद कीजिए, हमें इंडिया वापस बुलाइए सर. सारे इल्ज़ाम मेरे ऊपर झूठे लगाए हैं. सबसे बड़ी बात सर, इस कंपनी ने हमारा जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन होता है इंडिया में, वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी नहीं माना है. मेरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट 25 सितंबर 2025 को समाप्त हो चुका था. उसके बाद भी इन्होंने मेरे को इंडिया नहीं जाने दिया. जब मैंने पूछा कि मुझे इंडिया वापस जाना है, मेरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट खत्म हो गया है, तो बोलते हैं आप लोग नहीं जा सकते और फेक एलिगेशंस लगाना शुरू कर दिया. इवन जो हमारा यहाँ पर कैमरूनियन लोकल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बनता है, वो भी हमारी कंपनी वालों ने, मैं सदगुरु में काम करता हूँ लेकिन उन्होंने फर्जी नाम से मेरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, हॉरिजन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के नाम से, और उस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पर मेरे फर्जी सिग्नेचर करके उसको रजिस्टर्ड करवाया. मेरे साइन नहीं आप मैच कर सकते हैं, मैं आपको दस्तावेज भेज दूंगा. जी, इनकी सोची समझी साजिश थी मुझे फंसाने की.
ये कब से आपके साथ हो रहा है? क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा है, आपने ये भी आरोप लगाया कि जब से वहां पर केस दर्ज हुआ है आपको धमकाने की कोशिश की जा रही है. और जहां तक मुझे पता है कि आज ये मामला कोई कोर्ट में भी सुनवाई हुई है इस मामले को लेकर.
सर, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, 2024 सितंबर में मेरे साथ एक रॉबरी हुई थी जिसमें मैं और मेरा ड्राइवर गवाह थे. हमारे पास 19 मिलियन का कैश था जिसमें हमें 2 बाइक वालों ने हमें लूट लिया था. सेम टाइम पर मैंने कंपनी वालों को इन्फॉर्म किया. कंपनी ने बोला FIR दर्ज कराओ और इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू रहेगा. हमने FIR दर्ज कराई. मैं आपको शॉर्ट फॉर्म में बता रहा हूँ. उसके बाद 2 महीने के बाद दिसंबर में मैं इंडिया वापस भी आया छुट्टियों पर, दिसंबर 2024 में. जनवरी 2024 में दोबारा कंपनी को ज्वाइन किया अफ्रीका विद अपनी फैमिली को लाकर, मेरी पत्नी और मेरी बच्ची को लाकर मैंने अपनी कंपनी को ज्वाइन किया. मेरे पीछे से मुझे पता चलता है कि कंपनी के दबाव में आकर जब कंपनी को इंश्योरेंस से पैसा नहीं मिला, उसका भी कारण है क्योंकि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी ने इनको जवाब दिया कि जब आप कैश लेने के लिए अपने एम्प्लॉय को भेजते हैं तो आपके साथ एक गनमैन होना चाहिए, एक सेफ व्हीकल होना चाहिए, जो हमारी कंपनी प्रोवाइड नहीं कराती, जिसकी वजह से घटना हुई और इंश्योरेंस कंपनी ने कंपनी को कैश देने से मना कर दिया. उसके बाद सर इन्होंने ड्राइवर पर दबाव बनाया. मैं नहीं जानता किस तरह से बनाया, वो लोकल कैमरूनियन ड्राइवर है. मेरे आने के बाद ड्राइवर ने बयान पलट दिया कि ये सब चीजें मैंने करवाई हैं. इस तरह से ड्राइवर ने बयान पलट दिया. उसके बाद भी सर ये घटना है अप्रैल 2025 की, जब ड्राइवर ने बयान पलटा था. उसके बाद भी कंपनी मुझ इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू रखा, लेकिन ड्राइवर का पलटा हुआ बयान पुलिस में दर्ज नहीं कराया और मुझसे फिर भी दोबारा ये कैश लेन देन का वो कार्य कराती रही, मुझको रोका नहीं. अगर मैं गलत होता तो मुझे क्यों अभी तक कैश का लेन देन का काम कराती रही?
क्या इस पूरे मामले को लेकर कोर्ट में या कहीं पर सुनवाई हुई? और दूसरी बात मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा कि आपने एम्बेसी से बात करने की कोशिश की है, एम्बेसी से आपको क्या जवाब मिला है?
सर, मैंने इस घटना को कोर्ट में ले जाने से पहले जब मुझे पता चला कंपनी वाले मुझे परेशान कर रहे हैं, ये मामला पुलिस में था, मैंने यहाँ के एम्बेसडर इंडियन एम्बेसी में बात करी मिस्टर विजय खंडूजा जी से. विजय खंडूजा जी ने मेरी बात सुनी, लेकिन अभी तक उस टाइम भी उन्होंने मुझे कोई भी सहायता देने का आश्वासन नहीं दिया. उन्होंने उस टाइम बोला ये तुम्हारा और सदगुरु का इंटरनली मामला है. लेकिन जब ये मामला पुलिस में पहुंच गया, कोर्ट में जब सदगुरु ने कोर्ट में पहुंचाया, तो उसके बाद उनका कहना है कि अब ये मामला पुलिस में, अब मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता. उन्होंने मेरी बिल्कुल हेल्प करने की कोशिश नहीं की, जबकि वो चाहते तो मेरी हेल्प कर सकते थे. कंपनी ने मुझे 7 दिन जेल में रखा. मेरी बच्ची और मेरी बीबी यहाँ अकेली थी. 7 दिन उन्होंने किस तरह से निकाले वो यही जान सकते हैं। मुझे बहुत प्रताड़ित किया गया जेल में। आए दिन पुलिस मुझे कभी भी बुलाती है स्टेटमेंट के लिए और मुझे परेशान करती है। सर मैं बिल्कुल निर्दोष हूँ, मुझे कृपया करके इंडिया बुलाया जाए और इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाए।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाह रहा हूँ कि ये जो एम्प्लॉयर्स के ऊपर आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं, आपके पास कोई एविडेंस है कि आपके साथ बदसलूकी किया जा रहा था, आपके साथ टॉर्चर किया जा रहा था? क्योंकि ये आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं, इस आरोप के पीछे क्या आपके पास कोई एविडेंस है?
जी मेरे पास सर पूरे दस्तावेज है। इनकी सोची समझी प्लानिंग थी। जब इनको इंश्योरेंस से पैसा नहीं मिला, इन्होंने डायरेक्टली मेरे परिवार से पैसा मांगा कि आप पैसा दो नहीं तो हम आपके बच्चों को नहीं छोड़ेंगे। मुझसे डायरेक्टली मांगा। मेरे पास दस्तावेज है, मेल में लिखा हुआ है। मैं नाम यहाँ पर लूं नहीं लूं मुझे नहीं पता इतना, लेकिन उनका मेल मेरे पास है कंपनी के मैनेजर का, जिसमें लिखा है कि धीरज से पैसा वसूली की जाए तभी उसको छोड़ा जाए। पैसा वसूली की बात इन्होंने मेरे परिवार से करी।
धीरज बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। आपने अपील भी की है, हम चाहेंगे कि इस तरह से एक फेयर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो।
मेरी हेल्प की जाए। मेरी श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से दरख्वास्त है, आपसे, आप रिपब्लिक भारत चैनल से दरख्वास्त है, मेरी बात को आगे तक पहुंचाया जाए और मुझे इंडिया वापस बुलाया जाए। सर मेरी
हमारी हेल्प कीजिए सर। मेरे साथ मेरी छोटी बच्ची है सर, और ये लोग ये भी बोलते हैं कि आप अपने पति को छोड़कर इंडिया चले जाएं। सर मैं कैसे जा सकती हूँ अपने पति को छोड़कर, जब मुझे 1% इन लोगों पे भरोसा नहीं है। जब ये लोग इतना कर सकते हैं कि हमारा लाइट पानी सब खर्चा देने से मना कर रहे हैं, अगर मैं अपने पति को इस हालत में छोड़ जाऊंगी तो सर मैं कहाँ कैसे पता कर पाऊंगी ये किस हालत में है? सर हमारी हेल्प करें प्लीज सर, आप हमारी हेल्प करें।
धीरज और सुप्रिया बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। इस पूरे मामले को आगे भी बढ़ाने की कोशिश की जाएगी। That's the story of Dheeraj and Supriya Jain, who've been illegally detained, is the claim that they've essentially made. A story that we'll be tracking very closely. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshita.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese leader on Taiwan constitute an interference in China's internal affairs and a serious violation of the One China principle and the basic norms governing international relations. Such words are extremely irresponsible and dangerous in nature and have caused very negative impact.
Taiwan is an island of 23 million people, situated about 100 miles off China's southeast coast. China regards it as a breakaway province under the One China principle, insisting that other countries acknowledge this and avoid treating Taiwan as a sovereign state. Taiwan, however, maintains its own government, conducts elections, and runs an independent economy, a setup rooted in 1949 when China's civil war concluded with the defeated nationalist forces retreating to the island while the communists consolidated power on the mainland. This division has persisted without full-scale war, but mutual distrust has grown. China has intensified its military presence around Taiwan in recent years, viewing reunification as a national goal. For instance, in October this year, H-6K bombers from the People's Liberation Army Air Force conducted flights.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का. उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं.
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
His fans hailed him as the He-Man of Hindi cinema. His co-stars hailed his humility. The megastar that enthralled the fans for 60 long years throughout decades, inspiring his fans and followers with his mantras of fitness, love, and life. The most versatile and the most loved actor Dharmendra Deol. He breathed his last today at the age of 89 in Mumbai. And today we remember and pay tribute to the original He-Man. Bollywood is grieving the loss of Dharmendra, very own He-Man of Bollywood. And there are tributes pouring in on as he passed away after prolonged illness. The film icon had been on life support. He was battling illness for a long time, and he breathed his last at the Mumbai's Beach Candy Hospital. In fact, during his time, there were false rumors also of his death that caused distress to not only fans. A section of media had played infactual and incorrect news. But today, just days ahead of his 90th birthday, 8th of December, he would have turned 90, but he breathed his last today, and his last rites were performed at the Pawan Hans crematorium in Mumbai's Vile Parle. His eldest son, Sunny Deol, performed the last rites. His appearance on screen, the last appearance, is slated for 25th of December in a movie titled Ikkis, follows the life story of Second Lieutenant Arun Khetrapal. Second Lieutenant Arun Khetrapal, he plays his father. Dharmendra plays M.L. Khetrapal. Agastyananda, the grandson of his co-star Amitabh Bachchan, is starring with him. And in fact, the iconic Jai Viru Jodi today was remembered by many, as Amitabh Bachchan was one of the first to pay his last tribute to his Viru. And joining us live are special guests today, Bhavna Somaya, in fact, a film journalist joining us on the broadcast. Ms. Somaya, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. And it's a moment that, Dharmendra has been someone who, people across generations have memories of, in different forms, for different films, in different, movies and dialogues. They still, echo in our hearts. They still reverberate, ma'am. How have you studied his entire journey?
I think everybody knows that he was a super successful star and the diva of the mainstream cinema. He was a he-man. He did action films. He romanced heroines over the decades. And he was extremely good-looking. And he could smile. He could act. I remember him for all his less celebrated films, the more sensitive films, the black and white films of Hrishikesh Mukherjee, like Anupama, like Satyakam, and also a film that was to be directed by Gurudutt but was later directed by somebody else because Gurudutt passed away, Bahare Phir Bhi Aayenge. I think there is a very vulnerable and a very sensitive side to him. He was always as good as the director. And very few films tried to exploit that kind of his talent. So I like to remember him with Satyakam and Anupama and the others.
Right. And, ma'am, as you were talking about his talent and his capabilities, we've seen that, that he-man factor that he began with, that masculinity on screen, but then at the same time playing that very considerate, soft-hearted, romantic boy also. The way he used to balance, his roles, that also is something that is very, very, very rare to see, because, even in those days it was very easy to be reduced to a certain image, but he would blend himself in every role, in every scene and every song.
See, he was an original and he did the scenes or the dances, which he was a very bad dancer, and so was his son, Sunny Deol. So he didn't care. He did the steps that he knew and he did it his way. And the choreographer allowed him to do his steps the way he was comfortable with. The point was that it was the audience, the filmmakers, who were more obsessed with his image of a he-man than he was. I think he saw himself as the simple guy from a village. But this he-man image was imposed on him because the audience perceived him in that way, and therefore the filmmakers tried to repeat the image. And that is what masala movies is all about. That if you do well in a certain action film, then they keep giving you that kind of a role, the revenge movies. But in those revenge movies or in those action movies, whenever there was an emotional scene, he did it his way, where he was extremely vulnerable and he won our hearts. So again and again, I'm repeating the same thing, that he was a simple man with big dreams and made his dreams come true. He had the courage, the endurance to come from a small town and make it big. And today he has so many children who are all in the movie business. I think that's commendable.
Absolutely, ma'am. In fact, Republic TV continues to show the glimpses and the highlights of his career and what really made him special as an actor. In fact, his rise, viewers, from a boy, from a middle-class family. He was born in Punjab, in Ludhiana. We can just go on to that story of his as we are tracking. His rise from a young man from Ludhiana, humble village in Punjab, to the dazzling film sets of Mumbai is among the most motivating tales in Indian cinema. Born on 8th of December 1935 in Nasrali, Ludhiana district, Punjab, he grew up in a traditional Jat Sikh household, and he studied at the government senior secondary school at the Laltan Kalan. Later pursued his intermediate education at Ramgarhia College, Phagwara. And though his formal education ended at class 12, after class 12, his determination and passion for his films shaped the beginning of a legendary career. His film debut in 1960 with Arjun Hingorani's romantic drama, and Dharmendra's illustrious filmography reads like a timeline of Hindi cinema itself. from black and white social dramas to multi-starrers of the 70s, from patriotic blockbusters like Hakikat in 1964 to comedies like Chupke Chupke and action sagas like The Burning Train in 1980. Even years later, he continued to reinvent himself, like the movie Life in a Metro 2007, Apne 2007, and Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani as recently as 2024, where his cameo reminded audiences of his enduring charm, each decade of his 60-year-long career, glorious career, marking a definitive spirit. And we continue to get more reactions that have come in all throughout the day, the tributes that have poured right from the Prime Minister to his co-stars. Karan Johar, who was one of the makers of his recent films, Rocky Rani Ki Prem Kahani, he too was one of the first to post on social media. Allu Arjun, as we are running those reactions that had come in, it's the entire industry, the entire nation is in a state of shock. And talking about his personal life, we just bring you through the person that Dharmendra was. Dharmendra had, in fact, married Prakash Kaur at the age of 19 in 1954, long before he entered the film industry. The couple became parents to two sons, Sunny Deol and Bobby Deol, both successful film actors. Two daughters, Vijeta and Ajita. They have been completely away from the limelight. And after moving to Bombay, Mumbai, entering films, Dharmendra married Hema Malini. And it caused much of a stern controversy since he was already married. And him and Malini starred together in a number of movies in the early 1970s. That includes Sholay, of course, the cult classic. Couple had two daughters, Aisha Deol and Ahana Deol. And Aisha Deol, of course, has starred in movies just like we saw Bobby Deol and Sunny Deol throughout the decades. And of course, we will show you the pictures from today. From outside the crematorium at Vile Parle in Mumbai. And in fact, Dharmendra's filmography is nothing short of greatness. An actor who did not just perform roles, but completely lived them. From romance to action to emotionally charged drama, he carried every character with remarkable depth and honesty. One of the iconic dialogues that we are playing for you, his natural charm, powerful screen presence, made him the force in every frame, proving his greatness was not just in his roles, but in the personality he brought to them. His dialogues especially held fans' rapt attention and left them riveted. Okay, Bhavna Sumaya continues to be with us. Bhavna, well, we're just playing out some of the iconic dialogues, of Dharmendra, which, people still remember. But very interestingly, whoever we've spoken to about Dharmendra, they have talked about his humility more than him, or what he was on screen, while there are so many actors today, there is talk about PR, there's talk about bad publicity, good publicity, controversies, so on and so forth. The tantrums of any, of a star, any star at the scale of Dharmendra, that's very rare to see and hear of, that not a single person ever, talks negatively about him, because he also loved everybody equally, and he was always known to be a very kind, someone with a golden heart, as much as a macho image he had on screen.
I think these are titles we media get obsessed with, and when a person passes away, we say about his humility, or we say certain other things. The thing is, he was always in character. He was a nice man, he had a big heart, he was generous, and he was simple. And he loved his work, he was passionate about it, and he continued to be passionate about his work till he passed away. So he liked meeting people, he was nice to people on the sets, he was not intimidating, that was not his character, and he had a wonderful voice, he was very good with his song renditions, and he always insisted on Mohammad Rafi's voice. And that is why Mohammad Rafi and Dharmendra are, as an image, inseparable. Whether any song you think of, when Mohammad Rafi is singing, you think of Dharmendra.
Yeah, right, ma'am. Many thanks, Ms. Bhavna Somaya, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your thoughts and insights into the life and times of Dharmendra ji. We have Mukesh Khanna joining us on Republic TV, actor, producer, and he has featured with Dharmendra ji also in many movies. Thank you so much, Mr. Khanna. And how do you remember today? You know, उनका एक dialogue था बड़ा famous सा था कि बड़ा आदमी वो नहीं जिसके पास पैसा हो, बड़ा आदमी वो है जिसके पास दिल हो. One of the popular dialogues. You know, that actually somewhere resonates with the kind of a person. It reflects the kind of person Dharamji was, isn't it?
It sums up what you just said. बड़ा आदमी वो है जिसके पास पैसे नहीं, बड़ा आदमी वो है जिसके पास दिल है. ये मैं उनको करीब से देख चुका हूँ. बहुत बड़े दिल के आदमी थे, बहुत पाक दिल के आदमी थे. बहुत जैसे लोग मुझे बेबाक कहते हैं, मैं उनको कहूँगा वो इतने पाक थे कि उनके लिए कोई घमंड नहीं था. काम आम आदमी को he used to treat everybody just like what he was. There are people who try to throw their images more than what they are.
There seem to be problems with your audio. There is some disturbance in your audio. I request you to please fix it. I would like to, hear out the stories that you've shared as you've worked with him a couple of times and you have close interactions with him and his family. Just please do reconnect once again, sir. As we tell our viewers about his journey, we can play the visuals that came from there. Okay, these are one of the visuals from his Instagram account. So from, you can see that how fit he was. This was a video from April when he was in the gym and he was inspiring the youngsters, right? At 89 years of age, he was inspiring the youngsters from gym. He was telling how important it is to stick to your fitness routine, and that he has been doing so for the longest time. And there are many other interesting videos from Instagram that he has shared. We can play them out, and which show the kind of spirit he lived with in his final years too. He continued to work, at the same time live life to the fullest, and continued to connect with his fans, more importantly, even in his final years when he was battling with sickness, when he was battling with health issues, age-related issues. But as you see that he was always with his family, with his co-stars, remembering them. And some of the videos, if we could just play out, those videos. So these are the photographs from the family album, I think, from Instagram, from Google. His family, Hema Malini, BJP MP and legendary actor herself. And of course, from today, the sad scenes that emerged from Mumbai viewers, the Hindi film industry showed up in support and in solidarity with the family, paying tributes to the veteran actor and his family. From modern-day A-listers to the fellow veterans, directors, producers, all gathered there. Film critics, even Dharmendra's passing has shaken up the industry. They've paid their respects online, offline, meeting the family. Akshay Kumar being one of them. From the sports fraternity to even politicians, political leaders, they've all shared their condolences to the family and remembered him as a man who the legacy they cannot forget. And we continue to show you more videos from his final days, as you can see with Sunny Deol, one of his recent videos on Instagram. He continued to connect with his fans along with his family, tributes flooding on social media, comments all pouring in. And we can just show the videos from the morning if we have. The visuals from Vile Parle crematorium, where Amitabh Bachchan, Abhishek Bachchan, Amir Khan, they were all, yes, these are the visuals from this afternoon. Salman Khan, all the top actors, the leaders of the film industry, Amir Khan, Amitabh Bachchan, they all rushed to the hospital, to the crematorium, to pay their last respects to the legendary actor Dharmendra, and Varun Dhawan, David Dhawan, and several actors, Vidya Balan, across generations, from the yesteryears to the modern times, all of them paying tributes. And viewers, that's all we could bring to you in this edition, in this limited time that we had on this edition at 7:30, as we pay tribute to the legendary actor Dharmendra. We'll be right back with the Super Prime Time debate with Arnab Goswami.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ डूबेगा नहीं जलेगा भी नहीं कोई खा नहीं जाएगा धोखा नहीं देगा ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा सेफ रहेगा सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम रहो बेफिक्र
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।